Pokemon are just awesome! They live on the land, fly high in the sky, and even swim in the vast sea. Ever since I was little, I've always had that one goal, to discover more and more about Pokemon. Well, now, it's finally time, for the future is in my hands. My name is Goh, and I will be the world's greatest Pokemon professor!
This is Motostoke in the Galar region, and this is Goh, a young man who aspires to become the world's greatest Pokemon professor, alongside his partner Pokemon Scorbunny. Today they'll be surveying the wild area, with Goh hoping to encounter a certain phenomenon. He then receives a call on his Rotom phone from Ren, one of Professor Cerise's assistants. The professor is about to set up his own lab in Motostoke, and Goh has been hired as a research fellow. He tells Goh that the opening ceremony is in 2 hours, and that he needs to be back by then.
Don't worry, I'll be back by then, promise.
Goh enters the vast wild area. It's filled to the brim with Pokemon, all varying in different characteristics and behaviors. As the two survey the area, Goh writes down notes on his Rotom phone, which is sent directly to Professor Cerise. They continue to take notes until an alert goes off on Goh's phone, making him very excited.
This is it. Scorbunny, it's time. According to this, all the conditions have been met for a Pokemon Den to open. We can't miss this. Come on.
Goh approaches the Pokemon Den, where he's met by 3 other trainers, who have come to take on the den themselves. They enter the den to find a massive Gigantamax Snorlax. Goh determines that catching the Snorlax will benefit his research on the Dynamax phenomenon, and so it's integral he succeeds with this mission. The battle begins and it's tough. All 3 Pokemon are delivering powerful blows against the Titan, but it seems to have no effects no matter how much they throw at it. One of the trainers even retreats.
At this rate, we're gonna lose.
Just then, a giant thunderbolt hits the Pokemon, knocking it back. Man, a giant Pokemon! This is awesome, Pikachu! Let's defeat it! Ash arrives on the scene, the first ever champion of Alola, who has the goal of becoming a Pokemon Master. That's right, our favorite champion has made his way to the Galar region. But there's no time to talk about why he's here, as right now he's got a massive opponent in front of him. Working alongside the other trainers, they're able to push the Gigantamax Snorlax back. Pikachu is obviously putting in the heaviest damage, and eventually the Snorlax becomes weakened. This gives Goh the chance he needs, and he's able to catch the Gigantamax Pokemon. After the raid ends, the other 2 trainers come up to Ash and start berating him with questions, as well as telling him how awesome he is, that he's a role model for them, and that they'll keep training harder to one day be as strong as him. Ash just laughs at this, as he's not used to his new fame. After the other trainers walk away, Ash approaches Goh. Dude, that battle was awesome! I heard Galar had a phenomenon where you could battle giant Pokemon, and I just had to check it out.
Thanks for your help back there. Without you, I would have never caught that Snorlax.
Of course, I'm Ash from Palatine and Kanto. And you are?
The name's Goh, certified genius on all things Pokemon.
Really? That's so cool! So are you like some super popular person in Galar?
Well you see, I'm just starting out. But someday, the entire world is gonna know my name.
Yeah, that's the spirit! Oh shoot, I'm gonna be late!
Late? Oh man, I'm gonna be late for something too!
Ash tells Goh that he's headed to Professor Cerise's lab in Motostoke. And as we know, that just so happens to be where Goh is heading as well. Ash sends out Charizard and tells him to hop on, that if they hurry, they should make it in time. Goh hops on, and as the 2 fly around the wild area, they really get to see the essence of the world at its finest. Trainers battling, Pokemon coexisting, and just everything that encapsulates this fantastic world of Pokemon. The 2 fly into the city, avoiding countless people and buildings, and eventually are able to make it back to the lab just in time. This is where Ash reunites with Professor Oak, who asks Ash where he ran off to. It's here where Goh learns that Ash tagged along with Oak to the Galar region for the lab's grand opening, as Cerise is one of Oak's students. Goh is obviously freaking out over seeing someone as renowned as Oak, but decides to save his questions for later. The 3 walk into the lab, and it's crowded with a bunch of people. Cerise comes out to the stage with everyone watching in anticipation.
When I was a boy, I always wondered about the mysteries of Pokemon. Where did they come from? How do they change and evolve in the way they do? And how did us humans come to have such an incredible bond with them? All of these mysteries drove me into research. Now, after all my hard work, I'm able to start a lab of my own to fully uncover the mysteries of Pokemon.
The crowd claps as the Cerise laboratory is officially opened. It's here where Oak and Cerise reunite, reminiscing about the internship he did with Oak while he was attending university in Kanto. Ash also gets introduced to the professor, and he learns that Ash is acquainted with Goh.
It's great to see you two have already met. You see, Goh here is my research fellow. I send him all over the world on missions to uncover the secrets of our world.
That's so cool! Say, Professor Cerise, do you have room for one more?
Huh?
It's just, I told myself that from now on I was gonna see the world and all it has to offer. This sounds like the perfect way to accomplish that. I promise I'll hold my weight. So please.
There's no need for that. The position is yours. Welcome to the team.
Goh is a little hesitant to be working with Ash, as he's not the most social person. But Ash tells him that it will be a lot of fun, as long as they're working side by side along Pokemon and themselves. Goh, still hesitant, agrees to be Ash's friend. By the way, Goh, what's your dream?
I thought you never asked. I want to be the world's greatest Pokemon professor.
That's awesome! Hey, Goh, let's help each other out, alright? Reaching our dreams.
Yeah, for sure.
Ash and Goh have now become friends, and are set on helping each other reach their goals. But what sort of adventures await throughout this Pokemon world for them? Well, it's time to find out. The journey has just begun. It's time for Ash and Goh's first mission as research fellows. A problem is happening in the Galar city of Turffield. The city herds a group of Wooloo, but they've gone loose and are wandering around Route 4. Cerise tells them that there has to be a reason why they left, and tasks Ash and Goh to investigate. This mission is basically a Galar equivalent to the Bulbasaur episode in the original Journeys. This would play out very similar to canon. Ash has a very take things at face value approach, while Goh thinks more logically and tries to create strategies to handle situations. This results in the two clashing multiple times, which leads Goh to question his friendship with Ash, saying he's just like the others, thinking he's a weirdo. The two eventually learn that the Wooloo were chased out of their home by Team Rocket, who attempted to capture them. The two learn the trio has been here the last couple of months with the goal of establishing a Team Rocket base in Galar. Ash and Goh battle Team Rocket, who have captured new Pokemon, being Silicobra and Morpeko. The battle isn't going their way as they refuse to work together, and so Ash comes to the conclusion that they both need to start accommodating each other, and only then will they be able to work as one. By putting in the effort, the two put their differences aside and actually start working in sync, and Team Rocket is blasted off once again. Ash apologizes for earlier and tells Goh that he's awesome, and that his strategies are amazing. Goh apologizes too, commending Ash on his strength and bravery, stating that from now on, they'll make a good team. So, friends?
Yeah, friends.
Ash and Goh are enjoying their time at the Cerise Laboratories Pokemon Park when Ren appears, telling Ash that a member of the Galar League Association is waiting for him outside. Ash makes his way out there and the League Association member tells him that he's been personally invited to the Galar League Championship match by Chairman Rose, the chairman of the Galar League in Macrocosmos, one of Galar's top businesses. Eager to see the Galar champion, he agrees. On their way to Winden, Goh explains that the champion Leon has remained undefeated for years, and this gets Ash even more fired up to not only meet Leon, but battle him. The two arrive at Winden Stadium, and Ash is in absolute awe at the sheer scale of everything. It's extravagant, much bigger than any other league stadium he's been to. The two enter the stadium as the crowd cheers, with both the champion Leon and his opponent Raihan, Galar's Dragon Gym Leader, making their way to the stadium.
Leon, your pristine record's about to end when I beat you here today. You know I don't lose battles, Raihan. Bring it on!
The championship match between Leon and Raihan begins. It's only a one-on-one as per request of the two trainers. Their rivalry is only fueled by two Pokemon, Charizard and Duraludon. The battle is intense as both Pokemon demonstrate pure power and determination. However, it seems like while Raihan is stressed out, Leon remains calm the whole time, keeping a smirk on his face.
Duraludon!
Charizard!
Gigantamax!
In place of the two Pokemon stand two great Colossals, G-Max Charizard and G-Max Duraludon. Ash compares this to the raid battle he had in the wild area, and thinks to himself that this must be how trainers utilize it in battle. The G-Max battle is even crazier than the initial conflict between the two Pokemon, but like the previous match, Leon seems to have the edge. One G-Max Wildfire later, and Duraludon goes down, making Leon the winner. The two shake hands, and Leon does his iconic pose, showcasing his dominance over the Galar Pokemon League. Leon is given a microphone, as he tells the crowd he has a special announcement.
My path to the top is only just beginning, as I'm happy to announce that after 4 years, the Champions League has finally returned! That's right, I will be representing Galar in a tournament where only Elite Four members and the champions of each region can enter. And I intend to stand at the top. I'll give all my opponents a champion time!
The crowd bursts into cheers for their beloved champion. Leon then explains that the Champions League consists of 10 battles for each participant. Each person's win-to-lose ratio determines how many points they have, and after all 10 battles are done, the 8 trainers with the highest points duke it out in an epic final tournament, with the winner of that being crowned the world champion. Ash becomes super excited by this. He's heard about the Champions League multiple times, but now it's happening. However, he doesn't have time to think about that, as it's time for his meeting with Chairman Rose. He's led to a special room in the stadium where both Rose and Leon wait. Leon immediately rushes over to Ash.
So you're Alola's first champion. I've been wanting to meet you for a while. I'm Leon. It's nice to meet you.
Likewise. I'm Ash. I have to say, your battle was awesome.
Mr. Ketchum, there's something of great importance I want to speak to you about.
Yes, sir. What is it?
As you are aware, the Champions League will be occurring very soon. Your title as Alola's champion naturally qualifies you for the tournament. Your accomplishments both in and outside the Alola region are incredible, and we would be more than happy to have you represent the Alola region in the Champions League. So, will you join the tournament?
I've been waiting for a moment like this. No way am I gonna pass it up. However, I'll only join on one condition.
Oh? And what might that be?
You let me battle Leon. Right here, right now.
I see. I think we can make that happen. Right, Leon?
Of course. Honestly, I was going to ask you for a battle myself. So let's get right to it.
The two enter Winden Stadium, which is now empty. Before their battle, Ash is given a Dynamax band by Leon, who tells Ash that the Champions League takes place all over the world, and if he's battling in Galar, it will be important to have one. Leon then goes on to say this won't be just a battle, but will serve as Ash's Dynamax training. Their battle begins, Charizard versus Pikachu. The battle is completely one-sided, as Leon and Charizard dominate over Ash and Pikachu. There's a reason why he's called the undefeated champion. They're truly on a different caliber. Ash only has one option. Alright Pikachu, let's Dynamax! Pikachu is enveloped by Dynamax Energy and Gigantamaxes. Looks like Pikachu is a special case. Leon's Charizard stays the same, and honestly, things don't get much better for Pikachu. Pikachu is used to being able to move around fast, and G-Max limits his speed in favor for more power. Those attacks are powerful, but since Pikachu doesn't have control over them, Charizard is able to dodge a majority of them and land the finishing blow, knocking Pikachu out. Leon comes up to Ash.
You and Pikachu were starting to get the hang of Dynamax. For your first time, it wasn't bad at all.
Thanks. Still, I couldn't compare to you at all.
Well, I'm called the unbeatable champion for a reason. But if I'm being honest, Ash, I see a lot of potential in you. I can't wait to see what you'll bring to the Champions League. And after becoming stronger, we'll battle again.
Yeah, I swear I'll make it to the top of the Champions League. And then, I'll defeat you.
That's the spirit. So then, I guess that makes us rivals, yeah?
Yeah. The two shake hands, promising again to battle in the future. After leaving the stadium, it's gotten pretty late, and so Ash and Go decide to stay at a hotel. They go to sleep but are woken up from a loud commotion. They go outside to find a rampaging Gigantamax Dreadnought terrorizing the streets. Go, is that normal?
No, that's not normal at all, Ash. A Gigantamax Pokemon requires a power spot, and there's no place nearby that has the efficient energy to create one. Well, besides the stadium, which would be closed at this point.
Good to know. Let's stop it. If we don't, it's just gonna hurt more innocent people and Pokemon.
It's a brand new day, a brand new challenge awaits. No matter where we go, we'll never be alone. So bring it on and we'll bring it down, 'cause we always thrive in front of the crowd. We'll face the world, you and me, it's our destiny. Let's go! So take your battle stance. Let's go take a chance. Let's go! Your heart will guide the way. Let's show them all today. Let's go! So lift your sword, raise your shield. Let the battle begin. Pokemon.
Ash and Go rush towards the Gigantamax Dreadnought as it continues to rampage across the city, flooding the streets in the process. Ash sends out Pikachu and Bulbasaur while Go sends out Scorbunny and Snorlax, and a raid battle begins. The battle is intense as all four Pokemon are struggling against Dreadnought's sheer size. But by working together, they make a plan to knock Dreadnought off balance. While Scorbunny and Snorlax distract the giant Pokemon, Bulbasaur wraps its Vine Whip around a part of Dreadnought's leg, but Pikachu's Electro Whip keeping it in place. This is futile, however, as the Pokemon is just way too big to pull off a move like this.
Charizard! Fire Blast!
All of a sudden, Leon and Charizard appear and join in on the fight. With the battle now being a 5v1, things turn in favor of our heroes. Leon once again demonstrates his sheer power as he's pretty much carrying both Go and Ash. Eventually, Pikachu and Charizard land a Flamethrower and Thunderbolt fusion attack, which stops the rampaging Dreadnought. After the battle, Leon comes over to Ash and Go, who thanks him for their help. Go asks Leon if he knows what's going on, and he has no idea. He tells the duo that he'll continue to look into things, as something clearly isn't right. Power spots don't just randomly spawn, something has to be behind this. As this is occurring, we see Rose overlooking the city from Rose Tower, with a smirk on his face.
I can take care of things from here. You two just go back to focusing on your goals.
What? No way! I want to be the world's best Pokemon professor. My entire career is made for situations like this. I'm supposed to uncover the mysteries of Pokemon, and a Pokemon Dynamaxing without a power spot? That is one of those mysteries. I'm sorry, Mr. Leon, but I just can't accept that.
You've got spunk, kid. Fine then. Let's both do our parts into investigating this mystery.
Sure.
The next day, the two report their findings to Cerise. He tells them if they want to lead on this, they should visit his colleague, Professor Magnolia, in Wedgehurst, as she's one of the people that created the Dynamax phenomenon. Both Ash and Go are curious about her, and so hop on a train to Wedgehurst. The two arrive in the small town, and both are in awe at the sheer beauty of the countryside. This is a huge shift for Go, as he's used to the big city. Ash tells him that this place reminds him a lot of Pallet Town, and tells Go that someday he'll take him there. Go Go loves the idea and the two make a promise to go at some point. They ask around town for the location of Magnolia's lab, and they're led in its direction. The two arrive at the lab and knock on the front door, and a young lady comes out.
Huh?
Hi?
Sorry. Just from what the professor told us, I didn't expect you to be so young, Professor Magnolia.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're thinking of my gran?
Your gran?
Yep, the name's Sonia, and Professor Magnolia just so happens to be my grandmother. You two are Cerise's assistants, right?
Yep.
Oh, great! Come inside, Gran's waiting!
Sonia leads the two inside, telling them she's also Professor Magnolia's assistant, and is a Pokemon professor in training just like Go, and that she'll be taking over this lab when her gran retires. Professor Magnolia then approaches the three of them, and she tells Ash and Go she's been expecting them, and they begin talking about the incident in Winden. Even though she created the Dynamax phenomenon alongside Rose, she has no clue what could have caused this, as such a thing is unprecedented. She tells them she's contacted Chairman Rose about the issue, but hasn't heard a reply, although not surprising considering the chairman's busy schedule. She's also tasked Sonia with a mission to investigate into Gallar's legends, which may potentially give them the edge they need.
Wait, I'm confused. The Dynamax phenomenon is man-made. How could Gallar's legends help with this?
Allow me to explain. Have either of you heard of the legend of the Darkest Day?
Both have never heard it, so Sonia explains.
Long ago, the Galar region faced a giant storm known as the Darkest Day. During this time, giant Pokemon rained terror on the region, with half the storm supposedly being a giant Pokemon itself. But the storm was stopped by a single hero who bears a sword and a shield. We believe that Dynamax energy most likely originates from the Darkest Day. Or at least some part of it. If we investigate further into this legend, I'm sure we'll know what caused the incident and when to occur.
I see. Well, as a fellow Pokemon professor in training, I'll assist you with your mission in any way I can.
Oh, thank you!
Before the conversation can continue, a little boy comes running into the lab, very upset, telling the group that his partner Pokemon Rookidee went into the Slumbering Weald, a place nobody is supposed to enter. Despite warnings from Sonia and Magnolia, Ash and Go decide to go into the Foggy Forest to find Rookidee. The two enter the Slumbering Weald, and due to the fog, end up getting lost. Not knowing where they're going, Go tries to use the GPS on his Rotom phone, but there's no service. Just then, the two find an injured Rookidee next to a Greedent. They come to the conclusion that this Rookidee must be the boys, and so they send out Pikachu and Scorbunny to battle the Greedent. Greedent becomes scared at Pikachu and Scorbunny's power and retreats back into the woods. Just then, a howl is heard as two mysterious Pokemon appear before Ash and Go. Have you seen these Pokemon before, Go?
No, never. They're not even registering on the Rotom phone.
Either way, I want to battle them! Go is annoyed by Ash's reckless actions, but regardless, both engage in a battle with the mysterious Pokemon. However, to the surprise of both Ash and Go, their attacks just seep through the Pokemon, almost as if they're fog themselves. The Pokemon then roar once again, shrouding Ash and Go in fog before they lose consciousness. When they come around, both Ash and Go are fine. The Rookidee is still with them. Go becomes intrigued by those two wolf Pokemon, wanting to learn more about them. He also ponders to himself whether or not they are related to the Darkest Day, but he keeps those thoughts to himself. The two return to the lab and Rookidee and his trainer are reunited, and the two say farewell to Sonia and Magnolia, with Go and Sonia promising to meet up sometime in the future to uncover more about the Darkest Day.
The incident in Winden, the Darkest Day, those two Pokemon, I'm sure it's all connected, but how?
The next day, Ash and Go are sent on a mission to Dragonite Isle, a small island off the coast of Galar. Apparently it's evolution season for the Dragonair, and Cerise wants the two boys to record it and send the footage back to him. The group meets a group of Dragonairs that all evolve into Dragonites, besides one. Ash sees this and befriends the Pokemon, deciding to teach it to fly so she can evolve. Eventually, it's able to pull it off as the Pokemon is enveloped in a bright light and evolves into Dragonite. To make things better, Go was able to capture the whole thing on video, filming the evolution of the Pokemon up close. Dragonite then hugs Ash, happy with its evolution. It then comes time to bid Dragonite farewell, but it won't go along with its friends.
It looks like Dragonite wants to go with you, Ash.
Is that true, Dragonite? Well then, welcome to the team! Ash then catches Dragonite, and now he's caught a brand new Pokemon to assist him with the Champions League. But he won't be using just new Pokemon. All of Ash's Pokemon are at his disposal for the biggest tournament he's ever entered. And the battle will start next time. Who will Ash be paired up with for his first Champions League matchup? Ash and Go are enjoying their time in the Cerise Park when Ash receives a notification on his Rotom phone. It's from the Champions League Association. Ash's first match has finally been revealed. He'll be going up against B, a Galarian gym leader who made it to the semi-finals of the Galar League last season. Her, along with the top 5 best trainers from that tournament, make up the Galar Pentagon, the strongest trainers in the region, with Leon of course being the first. The battle will be happening in a week at Stoneside Stadium, and so Ash decides this is the perfect time to start training with Dragonite. Cerise then comes in the room, saying he has another mission for them, this time in the Unova region. Apparently, the Relic Castle near Castelia City was just a part of a secret underground Golden City, and Cerise wants Ash and Go to learn more about it, so the two set off for Unova. Upon their arrival to the Relic Castle, the duo runs into an excavation team run by Professor and Cedric Juniper. Ash reunites with them, telling the two about all of his adventures. Go also meets them and is fanboying over both of them, saying he is a huge fan of their work. While this is happening, Ash reminisces about the last time he was here, and how he stopped Volcarona with the help of Zekrom's power. He wonders how Zekrom is doing now. The four of them make their way to the Relic Castle, and things play out pretty similar to canon, with Go catching a Darmanitan on the way. Upon entering the castle, the group has trouble maneuvering around, as the Team Rocket incident has left it in a much worsened state. The group eventually makes it to a large room. And a giant Golurk appears. Cedric says it must be guarding the passageway to the ancient city. The four send out their Pokemon, with Ash using Pikachu, Go using Darmanitan, Juniper using Cinccino, and Cedric using a Pignite. The battle is epic, but with Go's demonstration of leadership and knowledge on full display, they're able to defeat Golurk. Go takes his chance to catch it, adding the Colossus to his team. After this, the four find a part of the ancient Gold City, which Go is ecstatic about. He takes a picture before the group returns to the surface. Cedric and Juniper tell the two they'll be starting their excavation right away, and thank them for their help. Professor Juniper then comes up to Go, complimenting him on his skills and telling him he has so much potential to be a fantastic Pokemon professor. Go thanks her as they bid the two professors farewell. Ash and Go are currently in Sinnoh for another mission, which they have just completed. The two return to the Pokemon Center when a strange surge surrounds Ash's body. He thinks to himself it's similar to the feeling he felt with Greninja's resonance, but it's different. It feels more natural. The feeling leads Ash to an egg that's being incubated at the center. Nurse Joy tells Ash that egg won't seem to hatch, and that if he feels a special connection with it, he should take it. Ash accepts the egg, and just like in canon, he cares for it before one night it eventually hatches into a Riolu. Ash tries to befriend it, but Riolu immediately runs away. No! I need to find Riolu. I can feel it. A connection between us. It's confused, and I need to help him! Ash runs out of the Pokemon Center determined to find Riolu. He uses the connection the two have to locate him. When he finds Riolu, they're all covered in dust, about to be defeated by an Onix. Before it can hit Riolu, Ash takes the attack head on himself, shielding Riolu in the process. Riolu looks at Ash, shocked. Riolu, I want to get to know you better, so let's get stronger together! Riolu is encouraged by Ash's words, and the two stand together. When this occurs, the two start to emit a strange energy, although it's too dormant for either to see. Seemingly in full sync, the two are able to easily defeat the Onix as it runs back away into the forest. After the battle, Ash asks Riolu to come along with him, that he's on his way to becoming the best trainer in the world, and just knows that they work together, they can become unstoppable. Riolu agrees, and Ash is caught another brand new Pokemon. The day has finally arrived. Ash versus B. It's time for our hero's first Champions League match. Ash will be using Dragonite as his ace for the battle, alongside some old Pokemon he got sent over from Oak's lab. Now, it's important to note that Ash will not be catching a full team for this series, so he'll be using old Pokemon in pretty much every major battle in the series. Ash and Go arrive at Stow-Inside Stadium, where he sees Bee and her Pokemon training on the fields. Ash runs over to her and introduces himself, saying he's excited for their battle. Bee just scoffs at this.
What are you talking about? Battling is not about having fun. It's about rising to the top.
Huh? But what's the point of a battle if you can't have fun with it?
This is the Champions League, the top of the top, the pinnacle in which all trainers wish to reach. There's no time for fun. You either win, or you lose.
You're wrong! You'll see. Today I'll beat you while having fun. Bee simply walks away, ignoring Ash's words. Ash is distraught by this, realizing just how high tensions are. But he's determined to help Bee have fun during this battle, while making sure he wins at the same time. He then gives Riolu to go, telling the Pokemon to carefully watch the battle. Ash and Bee then meet each other in the stadium, which is packed with people. The battle is a 3-on-3, and the winner will be awarded 10 points. The Champions League begins now! First up is Hawlucha versus Hawlucha. The Pokemon immediately charge at each other, but despite being the same species, you can tell they have very different battling styles. Ash's Hawlucha relies more on aerial attacks like Flying Press, while Bee's tends to stay more on the ground. However, it seems like aerial was the better move, as Ash's Hawlucha is able to land a direct attack, knocking out Bee's Hawlucha. Next up is Grapslock, who quickly wraps his tentacles around Hawlucha, making it impossible to move. It lands a critical blow on the Pokemon, knocking it out. Next up is Ash's Swellow, who doesn't have to worry about Grapslock grabbing it, as no matter how hard it tries, Swellow is just too fast, and delivers a powerful combination of offensive strikes and counters. This of course results in Grapslock going down. So, you having fun yet?
Quiet. That smirk will be wiped off your face. Now, come out, my partner!
Bee's final Pokemon is Machamp, which roars with thunderous might. The Pokemon is incredibly fast and powerful, and despite being much slower than Swellow, is able to track its trajectory and land critical blows, significantly slowing Swellow down. Machamp, using this opportunity, uses close combat, knocking Swellow out. Ashton sends out his final Pokemon, Dragonite. The battle is insane, as the two Pokemon are both powerhouses. However, the two decide it's time to bring this to an end. It's revealed here that Ash went to the wild area and participated in many raids to prepare Dragonite for this moment. Alright Dragonite, let's get huge!
Let's annihilate our opponent, Machamp!
Dynamax!
Gigantamax!
And just like that, the battle becomes one of the Titans. The Pokemon are now significantly slower, but their blows are just as powerful. However, Dragonite has the type advantage, and utilizing all of her training, Dragonite is able to successfully pull off Max Air Strain. While the conflict is intense, Dragonite gains the upper hand, decimating Machamp. Machamp ungigantamaxes and goes down. It's over. Ash has won the battle. The crowd cheers as our Alola champion gains 10 points to his Champions League profile. A good start to his run. Ashton comes over to Bee. Bee, you were right about one thing. This is the Champions League. But that doesn't mean we can't have fun. Because if we don't, then the true essence of a battle is gone. Ash's words remind her of Leon, and how he illuminates the battling world like no other. Bee then smiles.
It seems like I was so blinded by my drive to reach the top, I failed to realize what was important. You're right. There's no point in battling unless it's fun. Boy, you have reinvigorated my fighting spirit. I'll keep moving forward and become stronger.
The two shake hands, both determined to reach the top. However, unknown to both of them, Chairman Rose and Leon have been watching the battle from a private room.
Mr. Ketchum sure is something. Wouldn't you agree?
For sure. I think Ash is going to truly shake up the battling world. I can see it now. That kid is going to go far. I can't wait for us to do battle again.
Go arrives in Turffield and meets up with Sonia, as she's called him out here to further investigate the mysteries of the Darkest Day. They research the turf-field mural and believe it must connect to one of the rampaging giant Pokemon stated by the legend. It's here where Sonia also reveals her past to Go. She tells him she used to be a Pokemon trainer. She even beat Leon a few times when they were kids. But after a while, Leon became this unstoppable force. This huge beacon of hope for the battling world. And she just couldn't keep up. She states that she didn't want to live with a constant inferiority complex, and decided her skills would be better utilized in another path, that of a Pokemon professor. Go generally feels bad for Sonia, but she tells him not to worry about it, and she's satisfied with the path she took. After this, the two travel to see the tapestries in Hammerlock, coming to the conclusion that there must have been 2 heroes instead of 1. The two take their findings back to Magnolia's lab.
If the tapestries revealed more about the legend, who's to say the legend we saw in Hammerlock is an abbreviated version too? I think there has to be even more to this legend.
So we're in agreement then. Let's continue to investigate. If we work together, I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of the case.
Yeah, the future's in our hands.
A loud noise is then heard, and Go and Sonia rush outside. A G-Max Centiskorch is rampaging across Postwick. Go and Sonia make their way over to the Pokemon, initiating a raid battle. Sonia uses her Corviknight and Go uses Scorbunny. The battle isn't one-sided, as Go and especially Sonia have experience in Pokemon battling, and by working together they're able to land a lot of direct hits on Centiskorch. However, this all changes when Centiskorch starts to be powered up, which Go and Sonia conclude must be from the power spot nearby. However, when all hope seems lost, Scorbunny is enveloped in a bright light and evolves into Raboot. Go is absolutely ecstatic by this. Due to his evolution, Raboot is significantly stronger and faster than before, and they're able to defeat the G-Max Pokemon, which returns to normal size and then retreats into the forest. Sonia comes up to Go, telling him that they need to learn more about the Darkest Day to make sure they can stop this Dynamax crisis before it becomes worse. While this is going on, Chairman Rose is in his underground power plant in Hammerlock. A Macrocosmos employee tells him the experiments are going well, that his creature is more than a sufficient power source. This pleases Rose. While this is happening, Ash, Pikachu, and Riolu have gone to watch one of Leon's Champions League battles. He's facing Sydney of the Elite Four in a 3v3, and in the end it comes down to Shiftry and Charizard, who swept Sydney's other 2 Pokemon. And it's not any different with Shiftry, as it quickly overpowers the Pokemon, thus making Leon the winner of the battle. Riolu is in awe of the entire thing, declaring he wants to become stronger. Ash sees this, and so after the battle, the two decide to train in the city. However, while training, a trainer and a Cinderace come up to the pair.
You're Ash, champion of Alola, right?
Yeah, who are you?
Glad you asked. I'm Hop, Leon's younger brother and a member of the Galar Pentagon.
Ash learns that Hop placed 3rd in the Galar League this year, and has a dream to one day defeat Leon. Ash tells Hop that's his dream as well.
Well then, it looks like we'll just have to settle this in the Champion League, yeah?
Yep.
Say mate, how about a little battle right now? I've been meaning to get some training and then you seem like the perfect partner.
I was just about to ask you the same exact thing. The two have a one-on-one, Riolu versus Cinderace. Riolu may still be young, but since birth it's been training extensively, so it's actually able to keep up with Cinderace. But that doesn't make Cinderace a pushover, far from it. The Pokemon demonstrates excellent agility, strength, and awareness. It's easy to see how Hop earned his place in the Galar Pentagon. Halfway through the battle, it looks like Cinderace is overpowering Riolu. That is until it surges with Aura, and its power greatly increases, shocking Hop and Cinderace. Working in sync, Ash and Riolu are able to deliver a powerful counterattack, but Cinderace won't come down so easily. Eventually it comes down to a Force Palm and Pyro Ball clash, and Cinderace takes the win. Riolu is upset by the loss, but Ash tells the Pokemon it's becoming stronger with each battle, and that he's really proud of him. Hop then comes up to Ash.
That was a great battle, my friend. We have to do it again sometime.
For sure. And next time, I won't lose.
Well, just let me know whenever you and Riolu need another beating.
I see how it is. It's clear we both have the same goal, so what do you say? Rivals?
I wouldn't have it any other way.
The two shake hands, a visual representation of their rivalry. Ash then gets a notification on his Rotom phone. His next battle will be against Elite Four Koga at the Indigo Plateau. Ash reflects on his first battle with Koga all the way back during his Kanto Gym Challenge, and thinks to himself that they both become stronger. He looks at Riolu, ready to take the next week to train him so that he's battle ready. Goh and Ash arrive at the Indigo Plateau, home of Ash's battle against Koga. Ash reflects on the time he was here all those years ago, now ready for this exciting rematch. Outside the stadium, Ash runs into Koga, who is with his daughter Janine.
Ah, Ash, it's been some time.
Yeah, sure has.
Indeed, you have gone from a boy to a man. I look forward to our battle.
So do I. Janine and Ash are introduced to each other, and it's revealed that she took over the gym after Koga was promoted to the Elite Four. She and Goh decide to watch the battle together, and Ash and Koga make their way to the stadium.
Ash, I remember when you came to me as a boy, and now we both stand at the pinnacle of the battling world. Show me all of it. Your strength, your resolve, show me your very essence.
The battle is a 3-on-3, and first up are Koga's Muck versus Ash's Donphan. The battle starts with Donphan going on the offensive, but Muck seemingly tanks all the attacks. However, Donphan decides to keep going at it, and it eventually results in the two Pokemon tying.
Determination as hard as steel. I see. Then I'll simply have to break it!
You're not stopping me! Next up is Riolu and Venomoth, and the battle immediately takes a turn for the worse as Riolu is poisoned, which allows Venomoth to gain the upper hand. However, Riolu has been training far too hard for this moment to go to waste. It's on the world stage, and it wants to prove itself. Riolu surges with Aura once again, seemingly mitigating the effects of the poison. Using its Aura and determination, Riolu was able to land direct blows on Venomoth, barely taking it down. Koga's final Pokemon is his Crobat, the same Pokemon Ash fought all that time ago when it was a Golbat. The Pokemon's speed and strength are overwhelming, and as determined as Riolu is, it's far too weakened, and therefore goes down. I'm not done yet. It's time for you to shine! Charizard! I choose you! That's right. Ash's final Pokemon is Charizard, and the two Pokemon enter an intense conflict. The Pokemon deliver blow after blow after blow with each other, as both are masters of aerial mobility and strength. However, things come down to an end when Charizard grabs hold of Crobat, delivering its signature Seismic Toss, ramming Crobat into the ground, giving Charizard and therefore Ash the win. He's done it. He's beaten Koga and won his second Champions League battle. Koga comes up to Ash with a satisfied face.
I gave this battle all I could, and yet it wasn't enough. You have truly proven yourself, Ash Ketchum.
Thank you, Koga. I promise you, I won't ever forget this battle. The two shake hands as the battle comes to an end. Ash then receives a notification for his next battle, and it's against none other than Hop, getting Ash super excited. Meanwhile, in Vermilion City, a girl is preparing to pack. After all, she'll be visiting her father in Galar very soon.
I wonder if he still hates me.
The Cerise lab is haunted. Every member of the team has recently been experiencing supernatural phenomena they can't explain. Obviously, everyone is freaking out, but after calming down, figure out it's most likely some sort of Pokemon. And so, they go search for the mysterious guest. Ash and Goh decide to make it a competition, and decide whoever finds the Pokemon first catches it. Ash, determined, eventually finds a ruckus happening in the Pokemon Park, where he sees a glimpse of a shadow. Ash tries to approach it, but it flies away into town, and so Ash follows after it. Eventually, he catches up to the shadow to find a Gengar. Ash asks Gengar why he's causing trouble, but it starts to attack him. Ash won't fight the Pokemon, however, taking all of its attacks. Gengar is shocked by this, and as this is happening, a laugh is heard. A trainer comes up to Ash who Gengar goes near, but they just hit the Pokemon. He tells Ash that Gengar is a piece of work, and he left it at the abandoned building years ago and wasn't coming back for it. We then learn Gengar's past, about how it was abandoned by his trainer at the building, which would become Cerise Labs. Ash is infuriated and tells the trainer to battle him and Gengar right now. The battle is between Ash and Gengar and the trainer in his Runerigus. The battle is sort of intense, but relatively one-sided, as Gengar demonstrates far superior strength. Eventually, Ash and Gengar pull off the win, and the trainer runs away in embarrassment. Ash then turns to Gengar. I think we make a pretty good team. So Gengar, wanna come with me? Ash catches Gengar, adding a new ally to his team. Ash returns to the lab with the Pokemon, and Go, while disappointed he lost the contest, is happy Gengar has a trainer it truly trusts. Motostoke Stadium is packed, as it's time for the Champions League match between Ash and Hop. Ash and Riolu are ready for some payback. This time, they'll win. Ash makes his way to the stadium and stares down Hop.
I've been hyped up all week for this. You ready for another loss, Ash?
In your dreams, I'm taking this one.
We'll see. Alright, mate, let's get things started.
The battle begins with Gengar versus Dubwool. The battle is off to a great start. Just like last time, Hop demonstrates why he's a member of the Galar Pentagon, but Ash showcases why he's worthy of his champion status. However, while Dubwool has power, Gengar has power and speed, and so takes the win. Next up is Hop's Cinderace, who was able to match Gengar's abilities, and so quickly takes the weakened Pokemon out. Hop then returns Cinderace as the two trainers both send out their next Pokemon. It's Pikachu versus Cramorant. The battle starts off incredibly surprising as Pikachu attempts to use Quick Attack on the Pokemon, but is then caught in its mouth. Cramorant then flings Pikachu back, causing great damage, but Ash's ace won't go down so easily. It's weakened but can still fight. Eventually, Ash commands Pikachu to bounce off the stadium walls with Pikachu's Electro Web, landing a critical blow on Cramorant, knocking it out. Hop then sends Cinderace back out, who was once again easily able to overpower a weakened Pokemon. Pikachu is strong, that's for sure, but Cramorant's attack caught the Pokemon off guard, and now he's suffering the consequences. Cinderace takes down Pikachu, leaving Ash with only one more Pokemon. This time, let's win! Riolu, I choose you! Riolu comes out and the two rivals stare down each other. They immediately enter a bruising conflict. Riolu may be small, but he packs a punch, and is able to keep up with Cinderace's speed and strength due to the Pokemon being a little weak from its previous battles with Pikachu and Gengar. The two decide not to Gigantamax or Dynamax their Pokemon, and so when the battle with a clash between Reversal and Pyro Ball, both are directly hit and both are knocked out, making the battle a draw. The crowd cheers at the epic battle they just witnessed. Hop and Cinderace come over to Ash and Riolu.
You two clearly did some intense training. I was not expecting that.
Thanks! You and your team were awesome too!
Let's both get stronger and battle again. Then, the winner of that battle will get the chance to enter the Masters Tournament and battle Lee.
Sounds good! Unbeknownst to the two of them, Leon is watching from a spectator room with a huge grin on his face, as he's happy that Hop finally has a rival to push him to new heights. After the battle, Ash and Go are at the Pokemon Center relaxing when they encounter a shy and timid Sobble. Unknown to the two of them, it's being chased down by Team Rocket, who want to evolve it into Inteleon through the EXP candies they've gathered, adding a new powerful Pokemon to Team Rocket's Galar army. Go tries to befriend Sobble, but its shy nature is making it quite difficult. Eventually, Team Rocket appears and Go protects Sobble from the Pokemon surprise attack. Go then sends out Reboot and the two work alongside Sobble for victory. Team Rocket is blasted off once again and Go then comes up to Sobble.
Hey, Sobble, I know I'm not the strongest trainer, but I think you're pretty cool. So, do you want to come with me?
Go then catches Sobble, adding a new addition to his team. Cerise has called Ash and Go into the lab center to inform them his daughter Chloe, who is currently studying abroad in Kanto, is visiting the lab for the weekend. Ash is excited to learn what Cerise's daughter is like, but Go is clearly distraught by this and quickly runs away. Cerise has a somber look on his face, and Ash goes after his friend. He eventually finds him in the park with Raboot. He asks Goh what's wrong, and Goh tells him everything about him and Chloe. Goh reveals that when he was little, he wasn't good at socializing. Nobody wanted to hang out with the weird kid who could only talk about Pokemon. Besides Chloe. Despite everything, she was the only one who wanted to hang out with him. They were best friends, and yet, Goh couldn't see what they had. He explains that he had eventually become so invested in his Pokemon work that he shut Chloe out, to the point where he didn't even bother to say goodbye to her when she left for Kanto.
I'm scared, Ash. I don't know what to say to her.
I'm sure you'll make amends with her. After all, you are her friend. Surely she would understand if you just give it a chance. But only if you take the first step.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks.
The next day, Chloe arrives back home, and all the members of the Cerise lab are happy to see her. They also all meet her partner Pokemon Eevee, who she caught in Kanto. She also recognizes Ash from the Champions League, and the two get to know each other. When asked about school, Chloe says it's going good, but to be honest, she's only studying because she doesn't know what she wants to do, and is hoping school will help her find a goal. Cerise and Ash guarantee she'll find her own path, which Chloe appreciates. While this is going on, Goh ignores her the whole time, trying to muster up the courage to approach her. During the night, he finally gets the chance as Chloe is admiring the stars.
So, those stars sure are pretty, huh?
Yeah.
Look, Chloe, I'm sorry.
Huh?
I've been a jerk to you. No, I've been worse than a jerk. I can't believe I didn't say goodbye to you. It was wrong. Super wrong. For the past 2 years, I've regretted it. I was too clouded by my dream that I ended up costing my friendship with you. The only one who for a long time was the single person who actually looked at me.
Go!
Chloe, are you okay?
It's just, I'm so happy. I thought I did something wrong, that you hated me. Just hearing those words, it feels like a weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I could never hate you. Please don't ever see that again.
I won't. Not anymore. So, you finally found another friend, huh?
Yeah, Ash is great.
Treasure him. After all, he's smart. He sees just how great you are.
Chloe.
Let's get back inside. It's getting cold. Plus, we have a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, you're right.
After the weekend is over, Chloe says farewell to the Cerise lab gang, ready to continue her studies in Kanto. She hugs Goh before she leaves, telling him to open up.
You better be an even better professor next time I see you. Understand?
I won't let you down, Chloe. And that is a promise.
This whole weekend has really helped Goh grow into his own, and now he's ready to try and be more open with others, as it will only help him on his way to becoming the world's greatest Pokemon professor. Ashton receives another notification on his Rotom phone for the Champions League. His next matchup is against Grimsley of the Unova Elite Four. Who will come out on top? Ash and Goh have arrived in Driftvale City, home to the Driftvale Stadium. Ash remembers the last time he was here, and how his battle against Hilbert led him and Samurott to become closer. Now he's ready to take down a member of the Unova Elite Four. Goh is worried, telling Ash Grimsley is a very tricky battler, but Ash tells him not to worry, as he's been working on a secret technique with one of his Pokemon to take the win. The two then encounter Grimsley inside the stadium, who actually approaches Ash.
So, you're my opponent?
Yep, I'm Ash from Pallet Town, champion of Alola.
Yes, I know who you are. I've spent a lot of time in Alola myself, and I witnessed your climb to the top. Your battling skills may be impressive, but to be quite candid with you, there's something about your headstrong, tactless nature that irks me.
I'm confused.
What I'm saying is that one's strength does not determine victory. It is luck. Your winning the Alola League was the work of pure chance, just like getting the right number when you roll a dice, or just like getting the perfect hand in a game of poker. It was something that cannot be simply accredited to hard work or perseverance. You happening to stumble across a royal flush one single time is nothing to boast about.
What? I became champion due to my effort and determination. It was because of me and my Pokemon. It wasn't luck.
Spare me your childish drivel. I look forward to seeing which one of us Lady Luck will smile upon today.
Grimsley walks away, leaving Ash upset. The two then make their way to the stadium. It's time for the battle to begin. First up is Dragonite versus Lightbird. Grimsley's fighting style is menacing, as it's clear he relies on dirty tricks to gain the upper hand. Lightbird is able to confuse Dragonite, however Dragonite is able to snap out of the confusion by knocking its head on the ground. Grimsley is clearly surprised but amused, and Dragonite then proceeds to knock Lightbird out.
Your poker face is evidently hopeless. My apologies, but I have no intention of splitting the pot with anyone today.
Grimsley's second Pokemon is Sharpedo. Sharpedo's speed and strength are on another level, as Dragonite is damaged from its previous battle, and as a result, quickly goes down as a result. Ash sends in Servine, and it's clear she has the advantage due to her typing. Grimsley simply smirks, as he pulls out a Keystone. No way.
Lady Luck always smiles upon those who push the hardest when their backs are against the wall. Now is the time for me to go all in. Sharpedo, Mega Evolve!
Sharpedo Mega evolves, shocking Ash and Servine. The Pokemon becomes increasingly more powerful, and it starts to dominate against Servine. Servine is barely holding on, having a hard time standing up. However, she won't give up. She refuses to stand down. Servine is then surrounded in a bright light and evolves into Serperior. Serperior's evolution obviously increases her abilities, and since Sharpedo was weakened, she's able to go toe-to-toe with her. Serperior then uses Frenzy Plant, knocking Sharpedo out. However, Grimsley isn't done yet. He still has one more Pokemon, as Grimsley's shiny Bisharp makes its way to the battlefield. Bisharp is incredibly powerful, and starts to dominate Serperior. She tries to wrap her body around Bisharp, but it's no use, as Bisharp quickly breaks free, delivering an intensive counter. Serperior then goes down, leaving Ash with just one Pokemon. Crocodile. That's right, one of Ash's strongest Univamons has returned to the field. Crocodile and Bisharp go at each other, exchanging blow after blow after blow. It's honestly anyone's game, as the two exemplify their speed, strength, and brute force. Eventually, however, Ash decides it's time to end things and pulls out his Z-Ring, attaching the Groundium Z. Alright, Crocodile, let's end things here and now! Use Tectonic Rage! The Z-move directly hits Bisharp, knocking it out. The crowd bursts into cheers. Ash has earned another Champions League victory. Grimsley comes over to Ash with an impressed look.
This was an eye-opening loss. It is said that the wisest players know when they've been beaten, but the winning players are the ones who learn from their mistakes. Today, you forced me to see that not only is luck important in battle, but strength too is valuable. I shall use this knowledge to play more confidently next time.
Well, glad you see that now.
You do well not to underestimate me, child. I still fully intend to reach the top, in my own way.
So do I. The two shake hands, and Ash's official ranking is now at 15, with Steven, Cynthia, and Leon leading the top 3. Ash looks at his competition, and swears to make it all the way to the top. We're back in Galar, and Goh and Sonia go on another research mission in regards to the Darkest Day, as Sonia believes the Murrow and Stow inside has some sort of connection to the legend. The two meet up in town, however, unbeknownst to the two of them, they're being followed. When the two arrive, they're surprised to find two Macrocosmo employees alongside Oleana, Chairman Rose's assistant. Oleana tells the duo that the mural is property of Macrocosmos and that they need to leave. Goh tells them they're just looking at it for research, but Oleana tells them to leave as they're closing this area down.
Just let it go. There's no reason to cause unnecessary trouble. Especially with the chairman of all people.
No, something is off here, and I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. After all, uncovering mysteries is the job of a Pokemon professor. Sonia, you better stand back. I've got this one. Rabu, Sobble, come on out and let's go!
Oleana is visibly upset by this and sends out her Garbodor and Milotic. Sobble takes on Milotic while Reboot takes on Garbodor. Eventually, Sobble is able to gain the upper hand against Milotic by using its invisibility to its advantage. But eventually, Milotic catches on. The two enter an intense clash and end up taking each other out, leaving just Reboot and Garbodor. Both realize a power spot is nearby and decide to Dynamax their Pokemon. G-Max Garbodor is powerful, but thanks to being around Ash for so long, Goh has become a competent trainer in his own right, and is able to land powerful blows against Oleana and the G-Max Pokemon, eventually causing G-Max Garbodor to fall on top of the mural, unveiling a statue. Garbodor then goes down and Oleana retreats. Goh and Sonia then investigate the mural and its contents, discovering that the two heroes had two Pokemon alongside them, and that they were the Sword and Shield.
It all makes sense! The Sword and Shield were Pokemon!
Yeah, and come to think of it, they do look familiar.
Are you saying you've seen these Pokemon before?
Yeah, it was back in the Slumbering Weald, although they were a bit different. But I am sure they were the same as the ones here.
In the underground Hammerlock lab, Oleana returns, saying that Magnolia's daughter has discovered the existence of Zacian and Zamazenta.
No worries. The time of Galar's salvation is upon us. Now, awaken Eternatus!
The giant ball of Dynamax energy then starts to glow. All around Galar, the sky turns purple, with Gigantamax Pokemon appearing everywhere. In Motostoke, a G-Max Centiskorch has appeared, and Ash and Pikachu go to stop it. Goh and Sonia witness this from Stow-Inside.
What the heck is going on?
No idea, but this is on far greater scale than any of the past Dynamax incidents.
Well, I suggested we head off to the Slumbering Weald. If those two Pokemon were able to stop the darkest day in the past, then they can surely stop whatever's going on now in the present. Come on, Sonia, let's go!
Sonia and Goh then make a plan to get to Ash and make their way to the Slumbering Weald. The two get on Sonia's Corviknight and head towards Motostoke. Leon enters the Hammerlock gym, clearly upset. He didn't want to believe it, but this is the only conclusion he can come to. The culprit behind the Dynamax incidents, it has to be Rose. Leon makes his way to the underground chamber, where his nightmares come true, as the giant ball of Dynamax energy glows, with Rose embracing it.
Chairman, what is the reason for this?
Ah, Leon, you've arrived just in time. I could use your help in bringing forth Galar's future.
Stop avoiding my question. Are you the one responsible or not?
Tell me, Leon, are you aware of the energy crisis this world currently faces? Us humans have exploited every resource we have, including our natural energy sources. If we continue on the path we are on, we will lose it all. Every single drop. And so, I looked for a solution, and found it. Dynamax power.
What are you getting at?
You see, Dynamax power is not synthetic. It does in fact have a progenitor, the legendary Pokemon, Eternatus. The same Pokemon which initiated the darkest day in Galar's past, a limitless source of renewable energy.
Rose explains that ever since he found Eternatus, he's been using it as Galar's core source of energy for decades. He used the Pokemon to not only create the Dynamax phenomenon alongside Magnolia, but Macrocosmos as well. However, he realized that Eternatus in its sealed state did not guarantee limitless energy, and so he has been taking the necessary steps to awaken it. The rampaging Dynamax Pokemon are a part of this experiment, to awaken Eternatus.
And with the final experiments underway, the Pokemon will soon awaken. I need your help, Leon. Catch Eternatus for me. Let's use its power together to secure Galar's future.
Give me one reason why I should help you.
You want to continue being the unbeatable champion, right? That Ketchum boy is a threat. With Eternatus at your side, you could easily demolish the competition.
Is that really what you think I'm like? Of course I want to continue being the best. But at the end of the day, this is still a tournament. If I go out in a blaze of glory, So be it! Chairman, ever since I started my journey, I've admired you, but you've gone too far. Eternatus cannot be controlled. And you're hurting innocent people and Pokemon. As the champion of Galar, I will stop you.
You really are still such a child. I'm sorry, Leon, but I cannot afford for you to stand in my way.
Leon sends out Charizard while Rose sends in Copperajah. The darkest day has been reborn. Meanwhile, Ash rushes through the distraught streets of Motostoke and comes face to face with the rampaging G-Max Centiskorch. Ash sends out Pikachu and Dragonite, and the two use all their power. However, something's off. Centiskorch is tanking all the attacks, but it seems to only be growing stronger. It's clear Ash is going to lose on his own, and as Centiskorch is about to land a direct hit on both Ash and his Pokemon, Kabu, Motostoke's gym leader, steps in. Kabu's Arcanine provides Ash the assistance he needs, and Centiskorch reverts back to its normal self. Ash thanks Kabu for the help, and as he does, Goh and Sonia appear. They catch Ash up to speed, but the darkest day has come again, and the only way to stop it are the Pokemon residing in the Slumbering Weald. Kabu tells Ash to go with them, that he's capable of handling the rest of the rampaging Pokemon in the area himself. The trio thank Kabu as they head towards the Slumbering Weald. The three arrive and make their way through the Slumbering Weald, encountering many Pokemon along the way. They eventually make their way out of the fog and find a mysterious altar, and resting there are a sword and shield.
Wait a minute, Sonia, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah, those have to be the sword and shield from the legend, but where are the Pokemon that wielded them?
The trio continues to examine the shrine, but find nothing. No trace of the Pokemon Ash and Goh encountered here. Goh decides that their best option is to take the sword and shield with them, and so Ash grabs the sword and Goh grabs the shield. As the two prepare their weapons, Sonia receives a call from Magnolia, saying that the largest source of Dynamax energy is coming from Hammerlock. With the ancient sword and shield, Ash, Goh, and Sonia head to Hammerlock, hoping they have a chance at stopping this crisis. The trio arrives in Hammerlock, and Goh and Sonia deduce the central energy source must be coming from Hammerlock Tower, more specifically underground. They make their way to the entrance, where they're blocked off by an army of Macrocosmo grunts. Sonia sends out her Boltund and Corviknight, telling Ash and Goh to continue on. However, there's just too many. Raihan then appears, telling Ash and Goh to make their way to the chairman. He tells Ash this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and that he won't be so nice when it comes to the Champions League. Raihan and Sonia together keep the grunts at bay long enough for Ash and Goh to make it inside Hammerlock Tower. The duo enters the tower and are immediately approached by Oleana, who sends out Garbodor and Milotic. Ash and Goh send out Raboot and Riolu. From the get-go, you can see the change in teamwork between Ash and Goh. What started off as a messy alliance has now become an in-tune battling style. Goh and Ash accommodate each other very well, and while Oleana is strong, the two are easily overpowering her. Riolu, let's finish this!
Raboot, it's time for the finishing blow.
Let's go! Raboot and Riolu let out a massive cry as both of them are enveloped in a bright light and evolve into Cinderace and Lucario. Oleana is visibly shaken by this, as the two Pokemon deliver a powerful final offensive, knocking out both Garbodor and Milotic. Ash and Goh hug their Pokemon, in awe of their evolutions. Oleana admits defeat, but warns them they are putting the whole Galar region at risk if they continue.
Oleana, I could care less about what you and Chairman Rose think. Whatever good you're trying to do, there's the undeniable fact that your actions have caused massive consequences today. But don't you worry. When this is all over, I will figure out a solution, one that benefits everyone. After all, that is what being a professor is all about.
Leon and Rose continue their fight. While Leon is currently the strongest trainer in the world, Rose taught him everything he knows. His brother was also a previous champion and his #1 rival, so he's quite the formidable trainer. Charizard and Copperajah deliver blow after blow after blow, but eventually Charizard is able to gain the upper hand it needs to land the finishing blow, taking out Chairman Rose's ace Pokemon. Ash and Goh then arrive, and the three of them stare down Rose.
Ha 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 ha. You believe you have won. No. You haven't witnessed the might of my resolve. Now, awaken, Eternatus!
It's awake. Eternatus. Ash, Go, and Leon all look in horror as the Pokemon views its surroundings for the first time since the ancient ages.
Eternatus, eliminate these fools! Show them our resolve!
Eternatus simply glares down Rose and charges up a direct attack. Chairman Rose is hit directly and is knocked out.
Ash, Go, let's do it!
Right. Lucario, Cinderace, and Charizard all launch an offensive on the Pokemon, but it has little to no effect. Eternatus then makes a hole in the ceiling, heading to the top of Hammerlock Tower. Leon gets on Charizard, telling the duo he'll take care of things from here. As Leon flies out, Ash and Go both look at each other, determining Leon can't handle a Pokemon this powerful by himself, and so climb Hammerlock Tower to assist the Galar champion. When they arrive at the top of the tower, Leon has cornered the Pokemon. He throws a Pokeball at it, hoping it will stop the legendary Terra's frenzy. But it's no use, as the Pokeball explodes right in front of Leon and Charizard. Ash and Go over to the two and stare at Eternatus, who begins to charge up energy, and transforms into a giant version of itself. Ash and Go then stare down the giant Pokemon. Go. Let's do it. For Galar's sake.
Yeah, so many people are counting on us, Ash. Now that we have the Sword and Shield, the future is in our hands.
Ash sends out Pikachu and Lucario, while Go sends out Cinderace, as they face down the giant Eternatus. However, it's clear from the start they're no match for the Pokemon. Its sheer size prevents any of their attacks from hitting, not to mention the abundance of Dynamax energy has skewed the pressure of the surrounding areas. This is truly the might of the darkest day. Ash and Go begin to lose all hope when the Sword and Shield start to glow. They lift them up into the air as two Pokemon suddenly arrive. It's the two Pokemon from the Slumbering Weald, Zacian and Zamazenta. They attach themselves to the Sword and Shield and enter their powered up states, ready to face Eternatus down like they did all that time ago. Now we're talking. Everyone, let's do it! Let's save Galar! The final battle begins, and it's intense, as all the Pokemon give it their all. Cinderace, Pikachu, and Lucario, while weakened, are still keeping up with Zacian and Zamazenta. Leon wakes up, witnessing the amazing spectacle before him.
Yeah. This is what I want. The future. It's in good hands.
The battle comes to its climactic finish with every Pokemon using their signature moves. Eternatus finally enters a weakened state, giving Go the opportunity he needs to catch the Pokemon. Together with Ash, they throw a Pokeball, and Eternatus is sealed away and caught. They did it. They stopped the darkest day. Ash and Go approach Zacian and Zamazenta, thanking them for all they've done. The two Pokemon fly away into the sky, ready to protect Galar again if needed. Ash and Go also look up to the sky, as it's time to look towards the future. In the aftermath of the darkest day, Chairman Rose and Oleana have been apprehended. Macrocosmos is shut down and is now under new management by Silphco. In regards to the Champions League, Scott is taken over as head chairman. With the mystery of the darkest day now solved, Sonia has been officially promoted to head professor and will be taking over the lab for her grandmother very soon. To celebrate her accomplishments, Magnolia has put together a little party at her house. Ash, Hop, Go, and Leon are all there, congratulating Sonia. Sonia then approaches Go.
I have to thank you most of all, Go. Without you, none of this would have been possible.
Sonia, I was just happy to help. If you ever want to tackle another legend, you know who to call.
The two shake hands, and with the darkest day now solved, Go is thinking about what his next objective should be. Where should he take his research next? As the group continues to have a good time, Ash and Leon both receive a Champions League battle notification on their Rotom phones, and they'll be battling each other. Ash and Leon look at each other with excitement, while Hop laments the fact that Ash gets to battle Lee before him. Leon tells Ash he's been waiting for another battle, and Ash tells him he won't disappoint. It's an exciting day at the Cerise lab, as Ash and Goh are hard at work, training for Ash's battle against Leon. Ash has been waiting forever for a chance to rematch the Galar champion, and wants to go in with full confidence in his abilities. Goh is helping Ash as a sparring partner, while also analyzing Ash's Pokemon stats. Professor Cerise then walks in saying they have a special guest visiting the lab today, and it's none other than Gary Oak.
Been a while, Ashy boy. Never expected to find you cooped up in a lab.
Gary? What are you doing in Galar?
I'm here for work. Gramps filled me in on your whole research fellow job, and since I was in the area, I thought I'd stop by.
Ashen introduces Gary to Goh, who Gary immediately starts to taunt. Goh is becoming visibly upset, but Ash tells him that's just how Gary is. Gary then explains to the duo why he's in Galar. He's here to participate in an expedition known as Project Legend. It's led by the previous Galar champion Peony and an elite team of Pokemon researchers, with the goal of investigating the mysteries of the Crown Tundra, an area of Galar infamous for its legends and secrets. Goh gets intrigued by this, and Gary tells him that he should join, as long as he doesn't slow him down. Goh then finally loses his temper and challenges Gary to a battle. It's Cinderace versus Gary's Electivire. The battle is off to an incredible start. Despite not being an experienced trainer for long, Goh is putting in the work against Gary, to prove him he's no pushover. However, Electivire is strong. Very strong. Gary is a trainer with way more experience than Goh, and so in the end is able to take the win. Gary then comes up to the defeated Goh.
You're not half bad. Maybe Project Legend is a good fit for you after all.
Of course it is. And after all, Gary, I'm gonna be the world's greatest Pokemon professor.
Is that so? Then I guess that makes us rivals.
Guess so, Gary. Bring it on.
The look between Gary and Goh reminds Ash of his rivalry with Gary throughout Kanto and Johto. He just hopes Goh can handle Gary's snarky attitude. Well, at least there's no more cheerleaders. Gary tells the duo he'll be staying at the Cerise laboratory for the next couple of days, until Ash's battle with Leon is over, and so Gary becomes an integral asset in Ash's training, leading up to his climactic rematch with the champion of Galar. Winden Stadium is absolutely packed. After all, a battle between champions is about to occur. Gary and Goh watch on from the sidelines as Leon and Ash enter the stadium.
I've been watching your battles, Ash. You've certainly grown. But I don't think you're good enough to surpass me.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Now, let's give the people what they want!
Yeah. A champion time!
Ash and Leon's second battle has officially begun. And first up are Dragonite and Rillaboom. The two Pokemon go at each other with incredible speed, not letting the other get the upper hand. However, Rillaboom eventually gains the upper hand, taking Dragonite out.
Is that all you got, Ash?
Heh, far from it. We're just getting started! Ash then sends in Lucario, and the battle immediately starts once again. Lucario is seemingly being completely overpowered by Rillaboom, but then all of a sudden its eyes turn blue and are surrounded in a massive power. It's not visual to the people in the stadium or Leon, but Ash can see it clearly. The bond between him and Lucario. Using this power, Lucario is able to overpower Rillaboom, unleashing a more powerful Aura Sphere directly upon it, knocking the Pokemon out.
I'm impressed, but this is as far as you go. Charizard!
Charizard comes out and roars with all its might. Lucario is absolutely hopeless against Leon's ace. Despite its new power, it's being decimated at every turn, and is easily taken out. Ash only has one more Pokemon left, Pikachu, and the battle resumes. Both Pokemon are incredibly strong, and so Leon doesn't take any chances.
Charizard, time to go all out! Gigantamax!
And just like that, Ash and Pikachu stare down the fiery titan of the Champions League, G-Max Charizard. But Ash came with a way to counter, as he attaches his Z-ring to his wrist. Alright, Pikachu, time to show the world the power of Alola! Much bigger than a Thunderbolt. 10 million volt Thunderbolt! No, this is much bigger. It's our full power! Pikachu! Use 10 million volt Thunderbolt!
G-Max, Wildfire!
The two moves collide, and it creates a giant explosion, surrounding the stadium in obscurity. When the smoke clears, Pikachu has gone down. The crowd cheers for the Galar champion as Leon is declared the winner. Ash goes up to Pikachu with a smile, telling his partner they did the best they could, and will get another chance. Leon then walks up to the pair.
Man, that was a battle. You, my friend, are an absolute blast to face.
Glad I was entertaining, but next time, that smile will be off your face.
Is that so? Well then, get stronger. Climb your way up to the Masters Tournament and beat me in the finals.
It's a promise. Champion and champion shake hands as Ash's halfway point in the Champions League comes to an end. The next day, everyone is doing their own thing. Go and Gary are out researching the wild area for Cerise and plan on going to Project Legend tomorrow. Meanwhile, Ash is relaxing in the lab. That is until Ren comes over telling Ash he has a letter. He opens it and it's from someone named Mustard, from the Isle of Armor. Ash reads the letter. Mustard informs Ash that he was once champion of Galar and Leon's mentor, and invites Ash to train under him at the Isle of Armor. He says he has unlimited potential, and working together they can turn him into the strongest of champions. Ash goes to Cerise about this and he tells Ash it's a wonderful idea, and he doesn't need to worry about taking a leave of absence from his research duties. At the same time, Gary and Go have just returned from a survey mission in the wild area, and Go has finally made up his mind to join Project Legend. The two look at each other, determined. Well, looks like this is goodbye for a while.
Yeah, but this is a see you later, Ash. Because I know the next time that we see each other, we'll be even closer to our goals. And coming from me, that's a promise.
The two shake hands, with both encouraging the other to keep pursuing their dreams of being the world champion and the world's greatest Pokemon professor. Ash and Go then go their separate ways, ready to pursue their own adventures. Ash departs for the Corviknight taxi station and arrives on the Isle of Armor. Ash is in awe at how different it is from mainland Galar, as well as takes in all the Pokemon that aren't normally present within the main region. Ash is then approached by a lady named Honey, who leads him to Mustard's dojo. Inside, Ash finally meets former champion Mustard alongside his other students, one of whom is Klara, an aspiring gym leader and a master of poison types. From the get-go, she has a pretty nasty attitude towards Ash, constantly mocking him despite being a member of the Champions League.
Ash, thank you for accepting my invitation.
No, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I promise, I'll put everything I have into this training.
I'm sure you will. Now, let's begin.
Right now? What are we doing?
What do you mean? The answer is obvious. We're going to battle. You and me.
Meanwhile, Go and Gary arrive at the Project Legend headquarters, a flying ship. This is where he meets Peony, another former Galar champion who left his title to explore the wonders of the world. He's joined by his two co-workers Quillon and Danica, who are all Pokemon adventurers, who formed Project Legend to explore the mysteries of the Crown Tundra, Galar's most infamous area. Peony tells Go that he's been keeping track of his accomplishments for a while. Being a researcher under someone as renowned as Cerise is no easy task, and his faith in Go was only heightened after Sonia vouched for him. It's here where Peony thanks Go, as it's revealed that Chairman Rose is actually his brother. He tells Go he's forever in his debt for stopping his brother while he was powerless to do so.
There's no need to worry. You've already showed me you're a competent researcher, fit for the wonders of the world.
Hold it, Captain.
Krillin walks up to Go with a serious face.
Do you truly believe you have the strength to join us? We won't be taking dead weight.
Seriously, your boss just vouched for me. Is that not enough?
Actions speak louder than words. I want to see it for myself. Your spirit.
The two then have a battle, Cinderace versus Quillon Scizor. The battle isn't even close. Goh has become stronger, as all of his training with Ash has made him an excellent battler. However, it's obvious Quillon is far more skilled. He and Scizor work in perfect tandem, and all of their moves are calculated. The battle comes down to Cinderace using Pyro Ball and Scizor using X-Scissor, with Scizor easily overpowering its foe and taking the win. Goh is defeated, but Quillon comes over to the aspiring researcher with a smile.
You fought well. You seem more than fit to be a part of this mission.
Goh and Quillon shake hands, and now everyone is assembled. The flying ship takes off, heading for the Crown Tundra. Ash and Mustard begin their battle. Ash sends out Pikachu, but Mustard tells him he's not interested in a Pokemon that's already had sufficient training. No, the one he wants to train is none other than Ash's Lucario, and so Lucario is sent out alongside Mustard's Single Strike Urshifu. The battle is action-packed and fast-paced. Both Pokemon are strong, but it seems like Urshifu has it in the bag the whole time, which makes sense considering Mustard's previous title. However, things change when both trainer and Pokemon are surrounded in a blue aura, turning the tide of battle in their favor. This is when Mustard goes all out and ends up demolishing Ash and Lucario with one final attack, sending them back and taking the win. Ash and Lucario fall to the ground exhausted, and Ash realizes that that was the first time he and Lucario had been drained due to their aura, very similar to his resonance with Greninja. Mustard comes up to the pair, satisfied. He tells Ash it's just as he thought, that the stories were true. He informs Ash about a legend, one that states certain trainers and Pokemon are able to reach another form of synergy through their bond, Aura. Ash has been slowly gaining that power with Lucario, but he needs to awaken it. Ash then realizes this isn't like Greninja, where it was the result of Team Flare's experimentation. This is a fully natural process, one that can make him and Lucario incredibly more powerful. Mustard's face then turns from a smile to a stern, serious look.
If you and Lucario don't master this power, you will never defeat Leon. Luckily, that's why I'm here. To make you two master your synergy and create the strongest trainer and Pokemon pair in the world. So what do you say? Are you ready?
Yes, Sensei. More than anything. On Project Legend's airship, Goh approaches Gary, who is already preparing his research materials.
So, from what I've heard from Professor Oak and Ash, you and him used to go way back?
Oh yeah, we used to be rivals, and then he beat me in the Johto League. It was only after that the moment I realized being a professor was just more my thing.
Well, in that sense, I guess he's helped us both when it comes to our dreams.
You're in the big leagues now, Goh, so you better not disappoint. Not me, and especially not Ash.
That's the one thing I'll never do. I won't disappoint you, Ash, or anybody else. I'll do my best.
The airship finally approaches the Crown Tundra, a beautiful wintry landmass which stretches the lower area of Galar. The airship is set to land near Freezington, a small town in the biome. While Ash lost his fight with Mustard, Klara is still irritated by how well of a display he showed, and so the next morning approaches him.
Hey you, let's battle, right now.
Sure, and, you are?
Klara, now shut up and eat dirt.
Klara sends out Galarian Slowbro while Ash sends in Lucario. This battle is completely one-sided as Ash easily has the advantage in not only experience but sheer strength. Lucario continues to absolutely mop the floor to Galarian Slowbro, eventually landing the finishing blow. After the battle, Klara says she'll prove it to Ash, Mustard, and everyone else here that she is the best student. Klara runs away to do some training determined to best Ash, and her cries will soon be answered, as Mustard's training for Ash starts in just a few hours. Ash, Klara, and the other students have reconvened right outside the dojo. The first challenge is to search the island for some Slowpoke alongside your partner Pokemon, and then take a picture on your Rotom phone. Once a student has found 4, bring them back to Mustard, and a winner will be decided. Ash, of course, uses Lucario, while Klara and her Slowbro taunt the pair. The challenge begins, and it's a whole island search. Ash looks everywhere and eventually is able to take the necessary pictures he needs. Klara sees him running back to the dojo and in a state of stress, commands Slowbro to use a move to knock down some trees, which blocks Ash's path. By the time he returns, Klara has already been declared the winner. It seems like she's going to play dirty. The two start to argue, but Mustard figures out what's going on and gives the win to Ash, making Klara super upset and even more mad at Ash. The second challenge is to collect the necessary ingredients for a max soup. Just like last time, a partner Pokemon is required. Ash and Lucario are assigned to collect some max mushrooms, and so head off to find them. After searching for a little over an hour, the two find some shrooms, but it's blocked by a group of Choodle and Dreadnought. Ash realizes there's no other way, and so the two fight the group. During the battle, Lucario is able to easily beat most of them, making his way up to the leader. The two engage in battle, and while Lucario is much stronger, it's grown weary due to battling so many other opponents. However, it's in this moment where Ash and Lucario's desire to complete their challenge reaches its fulcrum. A burst of aura unlike they've seen previously emits from the both of them, with Ash and Lucario's eyes even turning blue for a slight second. Using this new but brief interlinked state, Lucario is able to easily defeat the leader and retrieve the max mushrooms. Ash returns to the dojo and Mustard congratulates Ash on a job well done. Later on that day, Ash, Pikachu, and Lucario are resting on the shore, admiring the water. Mustard then comes up to the pair, recounting how before he had formed this dojo, he had come here to train, and after he was done training hard all day, he would come to this exact shore to rest. It's a memory he still holds dear to this day. Ash asks Mustard what all these exercises have been about, and Mustard tells Ash he already knows the answer. Ash then thinks back to the aura state he entered, and Mustard proceeds to only confirm what Ash is thinking. These exercises were merely to strengthen the bond between Ash and Lucario, as there's far more to resonance besides battling. Sensei, bit of an awkward question, but why did you decide to train me?
It's not weird at all. But to answer your question, it would be your spark.
My spark?
Yes, it's a very important thing for a trainer to have. And whenever one spark shines above the others, it only means one thing: a new era for the battling world.
Mustard explains that he retired from his champion role because the battling world felt stale. It didn't feel like people were putting everything on the line. They weren't pouring their heart and soul into it. However, that all changed when Leon appeared. From the moment he met him, he had a spark like no other. Even though he was weak at the time, Mustard swore to make him into a fine champion. Leon eventually became the unbeatable champion he is now, and he had high-ranked trainers from all over the world wanting to battle him. Leon had pretty much single-handedly reignited the battling world. He sees the same spark within Ash, that he could be the one to kindle the flame, and that another battle between him and Leon could bring forth an even greater era of Pokemon battling.
If you are able to stand on equal footing to Leon, I'm sure that a new untold age of battling will arise.
I see. Well, I'll do my best.
Good, because training will only get harder from here on out.
Meanwhile, Klara is training with Slowbro, demanding it to attack a rock over and over again. She's so tired of feeling inferior to Ash. She was supposed to be Mustard's star pupil, not some snot-nosed brat who has already achieved everything and more than Klara could ever dream of.
I'll beat him, even if it's the last thing I do.
It's been a couple of days of sheer training and trials, and Mustard believes Ash and Lucario are on the crux of finally awakening their aura state, and so gives them their final trial, to climb the tower here on the island and defeat everyone awaiting on each floor. However, if Ash fails, he must leave the Isle of Armor forever. Ash is nervous, but then looks at Lucario. The two exchange a determined look as they head to the tower, with the motivation to climb all the way up to the top. The duo enter the tower, defeating all the different opponents that await them on each floor, and eventually make it to the top floor, where their final challenge awaits. Klara.
So, you finally made it, huh? Good. I was getting bored. Now I can finally get my revenge.
Why do you dislike me so much? I haven't been mean to you at all.
Of course someone like you doesn't understand. You're already so great after all. You're the Alola champion, and a member of the Champions League. But where does that leave me? I want to be in the spotlight too, and yet you keep taking it away!
Klara tells Ash she's jealous of him. Despite how hard she worked, she could never compete with the big leagues. Her gym was taken from her, and she didn't even place well within the league. But if she beats Ash, she'll prove she is strong, that she can compete with everyone. The two engage in one final battle, Lucario versus Slowbro. The battle is intense as it's clear both trainers have improved. This time things aren't so one-sided, as all of Klara's training has greatly improved her strength. Her drive to defeat Ash has motivated her throughout all of this. It has made her become a better trainer. She thinks to herself maybe that's what Mustard wanted all along, and it certainly worked, because now, she's not losing. However, Ash has just as much of a stake in this battle as she does. He can't afford to lose. He refuses to let all of the time he spent here go to waste. Klara, you're strong, but I just can't afford to take off. Lucario, let's end this now! Let's become one! Lucario and Ash's aura increases, but it's not there yet, and things only go south when Klara is able to poison Lucario, slowly draining its strength. Klara smirks, as this was the moment she was waiting for, but Ash isn't done. Stronger. We gotta get stronger. Lucario, let's not give up till it's over! And it's not over yet! Lucario and Ash's aura then glows brighter than ever before as their eyes turn a permanent bright blue. They've done it. They've fully activated the aura state. Lucario is then immediately freed of the poison as him and Ash act as one. Ash thinks to himself this is exactly like Greninja, but something feels more pure. This is entirely natural, and he can feel it. His resonance with Lucario, their bond, and now together they'll end this battle. Lucario charges up a massive aura sphere directly hitting Slowbro, knocking it out. They've done it. Ash and Lucario have defeated Klara. Klara falls to her knees and starts to cry, but Ash comes up to her. He tells her just because she's not in the Champions League, it doesn't mean she isn't strong. She gave him and Lucario a run for their money. She's more than a worthy rival. Klara takes Ash's words to heart, thanking him. Ash then returns to Mustard, and Ash wonders if his training is complete. Mustard says there is still something Ash must achieve before he has become the strongest. Something to bring out the ultimate power and true bond between Ash and Lucario. Mega Evolution. Luckily, Ash knows just the person to help him find what he's looking for, and so heads on a plane towards Shalor City in the Kalos region, determined to complete his training. The team prepares for an emergency landing and crashes into the snow. Luckily, everyone is okay, but there's no trace of those bird Pokemon. Nobody has any clue who those Pokemon were, but it makes no sense for them to just attack them out of the blue. Peony says the best course of action is to make their way to Freezington, and so they trek through the snow and eventually arrive. They meet with the mayor of the town, who invites them into his home. He reveals those birds are actually Galarian forms of Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos, and that for the past decade they've been going on a rampage, and that the only one who was able to govern the birds was someone known as the King of Bountiful Harvests, who has been missing since they started their assault.
Captain, what should we do?
Well, this sounds like an adventure to me. Gary, Quillon, and Danica will go and monitor the birds' activity. Only engage in battle if necessary. Go, you're with me. We're gonna look into this King of Bountiful Harvest.
The group splits up, now pursuing their respective missions. Go and Peony investigate this King of Bountiful Harvest all around town, asking townspeople and finding any sort of artwork or text relating to him. Apparently, the king ruled over an ancient kingdom, which once resided here in the Crown Tundra, and held the power to transform the snow-covered landscape into a paradise, allowing crops to grow any time of the year. Eventually, the two investigate the statue of the king in the middle of the town. The thing is, its head is missing, and Peony remembers something that matches it being in the mayor's home. So they head back to the mayor and get the statue's head. They put it back on the statue, and a giant burst of light occurs. Once it subsided, it's revealed that the statue has become a Pokemon. All of a sudden, an aura surrounds Peony, and he turns around to face Goh.
Human, I must thank you for returning me to my original form.
Captain? What are you talking about?
Goh looks over to the Pokemon, who gives him a nod.
Whoa. Why in the world did you take control of the captain's body?
It was the most efficient way to converse with you. I hate to ask for more, but I am in desperate need of your help.
Calyrex tells Goh that he had lost all of his powers 10 years ago after stopping a famine that threatened the people of Freezington, and so entered a slumber to stay alive. He says that the bird's rampage is a result of his failure to maintain order, and that only once his power is restored will they calm. Peony's body is returned to him, and both him and Goh agree to reawaken Calyrex's lost power. Meanwhile, Gary, Quillon, and Danica continue to monitor the legendary birds, who have reconvened at a giant tree. So far, they're out of sight, and use this time to survey and collect data on the regional variants. Back in Freezington, Calyrex repossesses Peony, telling Goh that in order to restore his power, he needs to find his trusty steed, which he lost 10 years ago. They need to find some sort of food that will attract it, the ice fruit carrot. The three make their way to a nearby garden, which has lost all of its vitality due to Calyrex's slumber. Even so, they can't give up. Calyrex attempts to use its abilities, but it can't. All of a sudden, Goh comes over to the fallen king.
Calyrex, you can do this! You're the king of Bountiful Harvest for a reason. You brought life to areas much bigger than a single garden. You can do this. What's holding you back isn't your own powers. It's your incompetence that's holding you back. You're feeling like you're not good enough. You're reaping in your own failures. You and I can relate, cause I too know that feeling all too well. But you also have to push past that feeling, Calyrex.
Peony also cheers on the Pokemon, and it's able to muster enough strength to grow the ice fruit carrot. The group returns to Freezington to reconvene, and it's at that moment a loud noise is heard. It's a horse, seemingly made out of pure ice. It's the steed, no doubt about it. Goh and Peony tell Calyrex to leave this to them, and so send out Cinderace and Copperajah. The two Pokemon are strong, but up against a legendary like this, it isn't easy to stay on equal footing. However, eventually the two land a critical hit on the Pokemon, forcing it to run away. They chase after it, but Calyrex stops them, picking up a tuft of the Pokemon's mane. Peony is possessed once again, as Calyrex informs Goh that completely taming Glastrier would be impossible at this point, and that all they need right now is the tuft of its white mane, for they need to forge the Reins of Unity before Calyrex's true power can return. Meanwhile, back at the tree, the three continue to monitor the bird's activity, and are eventually spotted. The three come face to face with the legendary Pokemon, and so send out their partners Blastoise, Scizor, and Mawile. Gary smirks at the birds, his face brimming with confidence.
If you think we're gonna let a bunch of chickens stand in our way, then you're mistaken.
Back at the mayor's house, Calyrex tells Goh that they have all the ingredients they need to craft the Reins of Unity, what he needs to tame his steed. He tells them due to overusing his powers a decade ago, the reins broke, and now must be restored. Luckily, he already has the other item to craft the Reins of Unity, the Radiant Pebble. Peony gains control of his body once again.
We need to forge something? Then leave it to me! I'm a master of steel!
The captain of Project Legend showcases his expertise in crafting as he perfectly recreates the Reins of Unity, and now the trio have everything they need to restore Calyrex's lost power. All that's left is to find Glastrier's location. That's not an issue though, as Calyrex already knows exactly where he is. The Crown Shrine. The battle against the Galarian birds continues. Things aren't looking good. Despite the combined efforts of Blastoise, Scizor, and Mawile, the members of Project Legend can't seem to gain the upper hand. The birds are formidable, and their power far exceeds that of a normal Pokemon. Quillon and Gary then decide they'll take on the offensive and defensive, while Danica focuses more on support, hoping that it gives them the edge they need. Meanwhile, Peony, Calyrex, and Go make their way to the Crown Shrine. On the way there, Calyrex possesses Peony once again and turns to Go.
Go. If it isn't too much to ask, I would like your aid for the upcoming battle.
Wait a second, what do you mean by that, Calyrex? I'm already helping you out.
That is not what I mean. I wish for you to be my trainer in this fight. Let us work together to seize my steed.
Me? Be your trainer in this fight? Calyrex, I don't know what to say.
Please go. You are my hope.
In that case, if I'm your only hope, then how can I possibly say no? Let's fight together, Calyrex!
Calyrex nods as he releases Peony once again. They continue to trek up the tallest point in the Crown Tundra, and eventually reach the Crown Shrine. According to Calyrex, this used to be his palace over 1,000 years ago, but alas, it has fallen into a state of decay over the millennia. But just as Calyrex predicted, Glastrier stands there, and Go and Calyrex ready themselves. The two stand together as trainer and Pokemon. Glastrier roars, showcasing its full might as the battle begins. Without its steed, Calyrex is weak, but it maintains a calm demeanor during the fight. Unfortunately, Glastrier isn't an easy opponent to best, and Calyrex starts to falter. Meanwhile, it seems the strategy the other Project Legend members came up with seemed to be completely ineffective, as the Galarian birds still maintain dominance over their battle. Quillon steps forward.
Gary, Donica, we can't afford to waste any more time. Let's go all out.
You got it, boss.
The three trainers unveil their true power as they each pull out a Keystone and Megastone. Blastoise, Scizor, and Mawile are enveloped in a bright light and Mega Evolve. Using their enhanced powers, they are able to stay on equal footing with the birds, actually landing in some decent hits. Gary thinks to himself that Go and Peony better be quick, because he doesn't know how long they can last. We return to the Crown Shrine, where Calyrex and Glastrier continue to duke it out. Calyrex continues to give it his all, but still continues to falter. That is, until Go steps in.
Calyrex, you got this! You still have some fight in you! I believe in you! Show your steed who the true king is!
Hearing Go's words of determination, Calyrex gains newfound motivation, and goes in for an all-out offensive against Glastrier. The Pokemon releases a barrage of attacks, not allowing Glastrier to gain the upper hand. Go realizes that this is the perfect moment to use the Reins of Unity.
Peony, do it now!
On it!
Peony tosses the Reins of Unity over to Calyrex, who catches them and activates their power. Glastrier resists, releasing a barrage of ice all around the Crown Shrine. But Calyrex stays determined. It needs to regain its power, for its people, the Pokemon that have gone astray without its guidance, its kingdom, and most importantly to showcase how he's grown. Calyrex wants to be a king ruling with a sense of equality between him and his people, to show the world that things can be peaceful. That is his dream. Calyrex pushes forward, completing the process and regaining its steed and true power. Go and Peony cheer, happy to see the plan actually worked. But there's no time to talk about this. Things aren't over yet. The battle between the Mega Evolved Pokemon and the Galarian birds continues, and just like last time, things have taken a turn for the worse. Mega Evolution only gave them a temporary boost, as the legendary Pokemon continue to overwhelm the members of Project Legend. The birds charge up one final blow. But then all of a sudden, Calyrex appears alongside Go and Peony. The birds are shocked, but just like Glastrier are resistant towards the return of the king. Calyrex turns to Go, prompting him to once again fight by his side, and so Go sends out Cinderace to engage in battle with the legendary birds. Unlike last time, this fight isn't even fair, as Calyrex's true power completely illuminates the Crown Tundra. Cinderace is putting in some good work too, but it's undeniably a support Pokemon in all of this. Eventually the birds become tired, and so Go and Calyrex end things. Cinderace uses a Pyro Ball combining with Calyrex's Glacial Lance, and the attack hits, defeating the legendary birds. The three then finally cease their rampage, bowing before the king. Project Legend is fully reunited as a new era for the Crown Tundra is here. It's been a couple of days and Calyrex's return has already made a great difference within the Crown Tundra. All the Pokemon are now working in unison, and the plants have started to grow once again. As our Project Legend, they finally get to survey the area, learning all they can about the myths and legends of the ancient place. But the time comes for them to bid farewell to the snowy landscape, and so say farewell to Calyrex and the members of Freezington. Calyrex comes over to Goh, bowing his head, thanking Goh for everything he has done for his kingdom and people. Goh is honestly kind of saddened by the thought of leaving Calyrex behind, but knows they both have to follow their own respective paths. The airship leaves as Project Legend returns to mainland Galar. Ash has once again arrived in Chalor City, and it's straight off to the gym. He witnesses Korrina finish off a trainer and Dragalge, ending the gym battle. She sees Ash and immediately invites him on the battlefield after the match is over.
Ash, it's been too long.
Sure has. It seems you're still super strong.
Sure am. So what brings you back to Kalos?
Ash sends out Lucario, explaining the entire situation to Korrina. Korrina tells Ash she's been watching him throughout the Champions League, and would be more than happy to help him locate a Megastone. Ash doesn't have to worry about a Keystone, however, as Korrina grants Ash a Mega Glove, as a memento for his visit back to Kalos. Korrina tells Ash that her grandfather would be the best person to ask, but he's currently on a trip in Hoenn right now, and so Ash decides to go to a certain person, one who truly represents the soul of his Kalos journey. The two arrive at Reflection Cave, where the Megastone is supposed to be, and encounter a certain someone who's supposed to meet them. It's Alain! Alain, over here!
It's good to see you, Ash. You too, Korrina.
Yeah. So, Mr. Elite Four, you have a lead on the Lucarionite?
Yeah. According to the data provided by the Rotom phone, Reflection Cave is giving off an enormous amount of infinity energy. That, in theory, should mean that there's an abundance of Megastones inside, with a Lucarionite hopefully being one of them.
Awesome! Well then, let's get to it! It's here where Ashton learns that Alain has become a member of the Kalos Elite Four, replacing Malva. He's dedicated himself to earning his own strength, and is now a member of the Champions League just like Ash. Alongside his trainer duties, he's been helping his dad, Professor Sycamore, with his Mega Evolution research. The three of them enter Reflection Cave, and it's here where Ash remembers the mirror dimension he visited the last time he was here. How it led him to seeing a dark reality of the future, one where Ragnarok, or rather Yveltal, was able to turn the entire region to stone. He looks over at Alain, who played an integral role in not only awakening Yveltal, but stopping it as well.
I was told about your vision in this place. I'm sorry. I should have...
We are not having this conversation. We've had it enough already. You did nothing wrong, Alain. Accept that.
But I did. I hurt Marin, treated you as nothing more than someone to defeat. I even turned my own father away.
But you're making up for it now.
Maybe so, but that regret, it doesn't go away so easily.
You're doing your best to move on. That's all we can do.
You always know what to say.
Using Alain's Rotom phone as a tracker, they eventually reach a culmination of a ton of Megastones, caused by the influx of infinity energy caused by Ragnarok. Lucario is sent out, and the two use Aura on the surrounding area and are able to actually locate a Lucarionite. Ash goes in to grab it, but Korrina stands in his way.
If you want to wield Mega Evolution, you have to prove you're worthy first.
Korrina sends out her own Lucario, forcing Ash into a rite of passage for the Lucarionite. Ash looks at Lucario with a determined look, and engages in battle with Korrina. The battle is off to a crazy start, as both Lucarios go at each other with incredible speed and strength. Despite being much younger than Korrina's, Ash's Lucario is able to keep up due to the Aura state. Alain watches in awe as trainer and Pokemon synchronize, and Alain starts making comparisons to Ash and Greninja, reminding him of how powerful their resonance was. Korrina is also thoroughly impressed, but wants revenge for her last time battling Ash, and so won't go down without a fight.
Lucario, let's go all out. Mega Evolve!
And just like that, Lucario has Mega Evolved. Things become increasingly difficult for Ash and Lucario, but eventually their aura grows stronger than ever before, with Ash's Lucario landing a direct Aura Sphere on Korrina's Lucario, knocking it out. Korrina looks on with disappointment, but fulfillment and satisfaction as well, and Ash finally claims the Lucarionite. Outside Reflection Cave, Ash says farewell to his close friends, but not before staring down Alain. Alain, I'll be waiting for you in the Champions League. Let's finally have a battle we can both be proud of.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Ash and Alain shake hands, reaffirming their rivalry and determination to meet one day in the Champions League. With a Lucario Knight and Mega Evolution now within his grasp, Ash returns to the Isle of Armor for his final challenge. Ash makes it back to the island, and after telling Mustard about his accomplishments in Kalos, the ex-champion leads Ash to a battlefield behind the dojo.
It is time for your final test.
We're ready.
Good. You will battle me, here and now. Let me see your spark shine brightest.
Ash then engages in a 1v1 battle with Mustard, Lucario versus Urshifu. This is unlike last time, as Mustard's training has helped Ash and Lucario's teamwork significantly improve. Their aura state activates, and it becomes even more prominent that the two have truly become one. However, Mustard isn't a pushover, and is easily able to gain the upper hand. This is when Ash looks at Lucario and takes out the Mega Glove. Alright Lucario, let's go! Let's beat Mustard, and then go on to become world champions! Mega Evolve! Just like that, Ash and Lucario Mega Evolve for the first time. Mustard decides that he can't hold back against such power, and so goes all out as well.
Urshifu! Gigantamax!
And just like that, the Titan of the Isle of Armor is released. G-Max Single Strike Urshifu. The battle becomes crazy, as Lucario has to deal with the sheer size of his opponent. However, using Aura, it's able to dodge a majority of Urshifu's attacks, and using its speed and agility to its advantage. However, it's not so easy, as Urshifu is putting in a lot of effort to slow Lucario down. Eventually, Lucario jumps into the air, conjuring a massive Aura Sphere. Urshifu counters with a G-Max 1 blow, and the collision causes a massive explosion to engulf the battlefield. When the smoke clears, Urshifu has returned to its normal stage, but Lucario stands as well. They exchange a few more blows, but Lucario is able to gain the upper hand, landing the finishing blow. Ash has done it. He's completed his training and now has a Mega Lucario strong enough to take on the best of the best. Mustard comes over to Ash, telling him his fighting spirit, or rather his spark, has reached its fulcrum. Now he shines just as bright, or maybe even brighter than Leon. Ash thanks Mustard for everything he's done, returning to mainland Galar. It's back to the Cerise lab, where Ash and Goh finally reunite. They tell each other all about their respective adventures, all about Mustard, Peony, Lucario, and Calyrex, how they each overcame the challenges in front of them, and stayed true to themselves. Looks like we're both one step closer towards reaching our goals.
For sure, but we're only gonna grow more and more. That's a promise.
Yeah, as Ash and Goh continue talking, Ash gets a new Champions League notification, revealing his next opponent, Iris. Ash thinks back to the Unova League finals, where Iris defeated him and then made it all the way to champion. Well, now Ash is a champion too, and wants revenge for last time. It seems like it's finally time to fulfill their promise. A battle of champions is upon us. The destination, Castelia Stadium. Who will come out as the victor?
How interesting. It seems like the time has come.
Ash and Goh have arrived in Castelia City, home to the Unova League Stadium. Ash thinks about how ironic this is, that after all these years, he's having a rematch with Iris at the same place he fought her the last time. He also remembers how Iris helped him after his loss against Drayden, and how their promise has solidified his battling mentality. With Greninja, with Guzma, his determination to never let a loss lead him astray is thanks to Iris, and now they finally get to duke it out once again. If it isn't obvious, Ash is really excited about this battle, and is ready to put all of the lessons Mustard taught him to use. Outside of the stadium, Ash is approached by none other than Hilda and Silent. Ash introduces Goh to the two of them, explaining he traveled with them during his Unova adventure. Hilda has been working hard at Pokestar Studios, and is actually going to Kalos soon to shoot a movie starring none other than Diantha. As for Silent, he's continued to travel all around the world, evaluating the bonds between people and Pokemon, hoping to bring them closer together. The group continues to converse, catching up and getting to know Goh better, and that is until they hear a voice.
Well, I wasn't expecting a group reunion today.
Iris!
Ash, Pikachu! It's been a while!
The Unova group catches up, as Ash and Iris talk all about their progress through the Champions League. Ash finally addresses the incident with Wolfric and Kalos, and how he broke their promise. He says he's sorry, and that he'll make it up to her by giving her the battle of a lifetime. Iris says it's fine. After all, he found a way forward like he always does, and she tells Ash that they should just have fun. In Castelia Stadium, the crowd is erupting with excitement. As Goh, Hilda, and Silent sit down, Hilda tells Goh this was the place Iris took her first steps towards becoming Unova champion, and it all started with her versus Ash. Today, one of Unova's most anticipated rematches is finally here, so of course everyone is excited. Ash and Iris make their way to the stadium and stare down each other. Iris, let's give it all we got!
Yeah! Just know this, Ash. I intend to win, just like last time. As the champion of Unova, I won't lose.
Well then bring it on, cause I'm here for revenge! And so the battle between Ash and Iris, Alola versus Unova champion, begins. And first up is Samurott versus Dragonite. The Pokemon are both absolute powerhouses, representing the pinnacle of strength. Dragonite hits hard with its punches, but Samurott, being the ace of Ash's Unova team, is just as strong, as he's a master swordsman, using his Scale Chop to his advantage. The clash is insane, and the two Pokemon continue to stand their ground. The two eventually go in for one last collision, Double Razor Shell versus Thunder Punch. The two attacks collide, resulting in both Pokemon going down.
Wow, this is already a ton of fun! Let's heat things up, Ash.
Of course, I wouldn't have it any other way! Up next is Pikachu and Haxorus. The aces of the two trainers are here for their long-awaited rematch. The two Pokemon waste no time, unleashing blow after blow after blow. Pikachu focuses more on dodging attacks, knowing he can't endure Haxorus' sheer power, as that's what led to his downfall last time. Luckily, his speed is made for such a task. Using Quick Attack, Pikachu launches himself around the stadium, sometimes using Electro Web to rebound back. He also attacks Haxorus at incredible speeds, and the Pokemon just can't keep up. It's at this moment where Haxorus unleashes a barrage of Draco Meteors, but Ash just smirks, commanding Pikachu to use the Draco Meteor Climb. Pikachu dodges all the attacks and then unleashes a powerful direct Iron Tail on Haxorus, knocking the Pokemon out. Pikachu has finally done it. He's gotten revenge for the Unova League Finals. Iris's ace is defeated, but it's not over yet. She still has one more Pokemon. Iris's final Pokemon is Salamence, who comes out with a vengeance for its fallen comrade. Pikachu is exhausted from the fight with Haxorus, and so uses all of its efforts to keep up with Salamence's sheer ferocity. The dragon doesn't give him a moment to breathe, unleashing multiple attacks in quick succession, and just like that, Pikachu is taken out. And so, Ash is left with his final Pokemon, Lucario.
You've gotten a lot stronger, but so have I. Sorry to say, Ash, but I've been keeping a secret. Salamence, let's use our full power.
If you're gonna go all out, we might as well too. Lucario, let's do it! Mega Evolve!
Mega Evolve!
A battle between champions reaches its climax with a Mega Evolution showdown. Both Pokemon demonstrate the pinnacle of power, releasing large attacks with incredible force at each other. Salamence is strong, but at the same time, Iris and the dragon realize something is different about Ash and Lucario. There's something more there besides Mega Evolution, a type of unfamiliar synergy. In the stadium, Goh realizes that Ash and Lucario's aura has reached a new level. Lucario, finish this! Ash and Lucario work almost in sync as they absolutely desolate Iris and Salamence. Lucario conjures a giant aura sphere, which directly hits the Pokemon, knocking it out. It's over. Ash is the winner. Iris comes over to Ash with a very satisfied look.
Now that was a battle. I knew you could never disappoint.
Well, I am the best. I'm gonna keep getting even stronger, Iris. And I expect you to do the same.
Of course, we'll meet again. At the Masters Tournament.
Absolutely. The two shake hands, signifying their friendship and rivalry. However, unknown to Ash and Iris, a certain someone watches the battle from the shadows, happy to see how far Ash has come. Later on, Ash and Go say farewell to Iris, Hilda, and Silent, who have gone back to their own adventures. They tell each other to do their best before going their own way once again. As for Ash and Go, they've decided to stay the night in Castelia City and plan to return to Galar the next day. That night, Ash is training with his Pokemon while Go watches and analyzes him and his stats. That is, until a loud noise is heard. To Ash and most certainly Go's surprise, the two are approached by Reshiram and Zekrom, and alongside them is En.
Hello there, Ash.
En?
It has been some time, hasn't it? I see that you've gotten even stronger.
Go is very confused, and so Ash fills him in. He introduces Go to En, an old foe turned friend. He explains they originally held very different views about the bonds between people and Pokemon, but after having a battle of truths versus ideals, they were able to understand each other. En tells Ash that in the time since he's last seen him, he's been traveling all around Unova, learning more about the bonds between people and Pokemon. The more he traveled, the more he learned just how important the relationships between the two are, and it's also helped him get closer with both Reshiram and Zekrom. So, En, why exactly are you here?
It's time to settle our promise. You told me we would battle again, and now I intend for you to act on it.
That's all you want? Well, what do you say, Zekrom? Ready for round 2? You heard the dragon. Let's do it!
I'm satisfied to hear that. But let's not do it here. Some place where we won't cause a commotion.
En hops on Reshiram while Ash tells Go to get on Zekrom. They fly away all the way to the top of the Dragon Spiral Tower, the same place En awakened Reshiram all that time ago. Ash and Zekrom stand down En and Reshiram once again, as Go still tries to process what exactly is going on.
Now, Ash, let me hear the voices of your Pokemon.
And so the rematch of Truths versus Ideals is here. The two heroes are once again duking it out. Ash and Zekrom, despite being away from each other for so long, are still just as perfect of a team as they once were. But En and Reshiram are no pushovers. Both pairs want to win more than anything else. Except this time, it's not about proving the other right. It's simply for fun, a burning desire to win in this friendly competition.
Reshiram, Fusion Flare!
Fusion Bolt! The two legendary attacks collide, erupting into a powerful explosion. And when the smoke clears, both Pokemon have gone down, ending the battle in a tie. En tells Ash that this battle solidified his new truth, that the unity between people and Pokemon is essential and eternal, and helps move the world towards a better place. Ash and Go are led back to Castelia City, where they say farewell to En and the dragons, looking towards new adventures. Back in Galar, Chairman Rose has just been bailed out of jail, and he's led into a limo. Inside is a man, wearing a Team Rocket uniform.
Team Rocket.
Why, hello there, good chairman. We have much work to do.
Why would I ever help people like you?
Because if you don't, your precious Galar will have no place in the new world.
Ash and Go have arrived in Jubilife City, as they're on a mission for Professor Cerise. According to recent news reports, Jubilife City is experiencing an increase in nightmares, with many people seemingly waking up from panic attacks. The cause of these dreams is unknown, and so Cerise and Ash and Go to investigate. Go believes this phenomenon has something to do with the legendary Pokemon Darkrai, as it's a Pokemon heavily affiliated with nightmares. But at this point, it's only speculation, and they won't know anything for sure until they continue to investigate further. And so the two ask around, trying to find any clues they can about the nightmares. It's here where the two run into a familiar face, one Ash hasn't seen in a long time. Dawn! It's Dawn!
Ash! It's been a long time. How are you?
Ash introduces Goh and Dawn to each other, and the two begin to catch up. Ash learns Dawn is now a top coordinator. It is now traveling all around Sinnoh for exhibition performances. She tells Ash that she's going to participate in this year's Wallace Cup, hoping to show off her growth in a large-scale event. After hearing what Ash and Goh are up to, she gets intrigued, and decides to lend them a helping hand. Goh determines that the best course of action would be to camp out till night, as it's clear nothing in the daytime is helping them out. And with Goh being a professor in training here, both Ash and Dawn agree that that's the best course of action too. And so the trio camp out, waiting for anything to occur, and eventually Ash catches a glimpse of a shadow, and so they run after it. Goh and Dawn follow behind him, and eventually run into none other than Darkrai. Darkrai immediately attacks them, as the trio realize it has some sort of sinister aura around it. The three send out Lucario, Cinderace, and Piplup, engaging in battle with the rampaging legend. Despite their combined efforts, Darkrai easily tanks all their attacks, delivering powerful counters. Darkrai charges up a massive Shadow Ball, and it looks like things are at the end of the line.
Garchomp, Dragon Pulse!
That is until a certain someone appears. It's Cynthia, who causes the Darkrai to retreat. While it runs off, Cynthia spots something on it, most likely the source of its rampage. Cynthia comes over to the trio, making sure they're okay. Ash and Dawn are ecstatic to see Cynthia again, and Goh is shocked by Ash knowing such a renowned trainer. They reconvene at the Pokemon Center, where Cynthia states she might have figured out the cause of Darkrai's rampage, as she saw something attached to the Pokemon, the Dread Plate.
The Dread Plate?
That's a plate of Arceus. It's been said that when a Pokemon touches it, it transforms into a Dark type. Now, if this truly is the case, then Darkrai's Dark type power has increased thanks to the power from that plate. Now, based on that, the increased power is what's most likely causing the many nightmares. However, the question now is, how did Darkrai even get its hands on it?
My thoughts exactly. What's most important is getting the plate off of Darkrai. That should, in theory, stop the rampage.
Then let's do it! No time to lose! And so the group heads off to find Darkrai in the streets of Jubilife, and they eventually locate the Pokemon. It immediately attacks them, and so the group send out their Pokemon, engaging in a raid battle. Darkrai is strong, and with the help of the two champions, the group is able to do a decent job of holding the Pokemon on their own. Eventually, Darkrai releases a burst of energy, sending Goh and Dawn's Pokemon back, knocking them out. They're in bad condition, and Cynthia tells the two to take their Pokemon to the Pokemon Center immediately. And so Goh and Dawn return their Pokemon and start running to the Pokemon Center.
Let's just hope that Ash and Cynthia will be okay without us.
No need to worry. They got this.
Ash and Cynthia continue to combat Darkrai. It's a tough fight, but eventually Ash and Cynthia decide to unleash a combo attack, an Aura Sphere wrapped within a Dragon Pulse. The attack leaves Darkrai temporarily immobile, and Ash uses this opportunity to grab the Dread Plate from Darkrai, returning the Pokemon to normal. Darkrai looks at the two champs before it disappears. It's over. The nightmares, they're done. The next day, people have woken up feeling better than ever. Cynthia thanks the trio for their help and says she's going to take the Dread Plate back with her to research it. She then comes up to Ash.
Ash, I better see you at the Masters tournament.
Don't worry, I intend to be there. Cynthia then bids the group farewell, and speaking of the Champions League, Ash receives a new notification. His next opponent is Flint of the Sinnoh Elite Four, with the battle taking place at the Sunnyshore's Gym. Dawn decides to stick with Ash and Goh for the next week while they're in Sinnoh, to help Ash prep for his next battle. It's finally time. The Sunnyshore's Gym is packed as a champion and Elite Four member are about to duke it out. Volkner watches from afar, ready to see how the two trainers he heavily respects will approach this battle. Ash and Flint then make their way to the stadium.
Alright, Ash! Time to heat things up! If you want to be world champ so bad, you'll have to go through me!
Bring it on! Flint's first Pokemon is Rapidash, going up against Ash's Staraptor. Both Pokemon are incredibly fast, and their attacks pack a punch. However, Staraptor's aerial mobility gains the upper hand. Flint tries to counter this by having Rapidash corner Staraptor with fire, but it's no use as Staraptor dodges and delivers a powerful attack, knocking Rapidash out and taking the win.
Just what I'd expect. You sure don't disappoint. But I'm just getting started.
Flint's second Pokemon is Magmortar, who is able to easily gain an upper hand against the weakened Pokemon, forcing Staraptor to fly right into a direct flamethrower due to its fatigue, causing the Pokemon to go down. Ash sends in Lucario and wastes no time. As Lucario Mega evolves. With their aura, the Pokemon gains a level of strength Magmortar cannot simply keep up with. The best it can do is degrade Lucario's strength little by little, but taking the Pokemon out just isn't plausible. Lucario lands several powerful attacks, taking Magmortar down, leaving Flint with just one Pokemon left.
If you think I'm about to throw in the towel, you're dead wrong! Infernape! Let's do it!
And Flint's final Pokemon is his Infernape. And oh boy, is this thing scary. Despite Lucario's Mega Evolution and Aura capabilities, Infernape easily keeps up with the Pokemon, delivering powerful attacks that wither away Lucario's strength. It's a formidable opponent, as fired up as Flint himself. It comes down to a clash between Aura Sphere and Flare Blitz, but Infernape overpowers the attack and lands a critical blow on Lucario, taking it out. Things are getting exciting, and I'm not done! Torterra! I choose you! Ash's final Pokemon is Torterra, who despite its type disadvantage is the perfect counter for Infernape. Flint's ace is ferocious, an attacker in every sense of the word, but Torterra is a tank, a steel wall ready to take any attack Infernape throws at it. For once, Torterra is able to use its slow speed to its advantage, as Infernape gets tired after attacking a consecutive amount of times. Torterra, using this moment of weakness, unleashes a barrage of attacks, knocking out Flint's final Pokemon. He's done it. Ash has won. Flint comes over to Ash.
That battle was a blast!
Sure was. Let's battle again someday. After the battle, the duo say farewell to Dawn, who is going to go train for the Wallace Cup, and the two decide to also leave Sinnoh and head back to Galar. Ash and Go are hanging out in the Cerise Park when Ash receives another Champions League notification on his Rotom phone. His next opponent is another member of the Galar Pentagon, sister of the Galar region's Dark-type gym leader, Marnie. About an hour later, Cerise comes running into the park, being chased down by two punk-looking people who immediately see Ash and run up to him. This is Team Yell, and they tell Ash to come with them right now, saying that the big boss wants to see him. Go recognizes them as Marnie's supporters, who we saw while watching the Galar League, and so Ash decides to go with them back to Spikemuth. They tell Ash he has to go alone, and so Ash takes this on by himself. Ash arrives in Spikemuth, where he sees the rundown state of the town. Ash asks what happened, and the grunts tell him that poverty runs rampant in this town, and that the big boss and Marnie are trying to change things. Ash is then led to a part of the town where Pierce is practicing for his next concert. He sees Ash and greets him with a friendly face. He tells Ash he wanted him to come here so he could judge his character. After all, he's a bit overprotective of his little sister. He also said he has someone who wants to meet him, and Marnie approaches the Alola champion. Marnie asks Ash why he's fighting in this tournament, and he says to become world champ and become one step closer to becoming a Pokemon master. This makes Marnie visibly upset, and she initiates a battle. The battle is a one-on-one, Gengar versus Grimmsnarl. The two Pokemon seem to be equally matched, delivering powerful blows one after the other. Gengar has speed, but Grimmsnarl has strength. Grimmsnarl is able to manipulate the battle in its favor, delivering a critical blow and knocking Gengar out. Marnie, with a stern and disappointing face, comes over to Ash.
I suggest you forfeit our match.
What?
I'm not doing this for a simple dream. I'm doing it to help my hometown. You have no real drive, and Gengar's incompetence shows that. This is bigger than a game, so stay out of my way.
Marnie starts to walk away, but Ash stands his ground. No!
Excuse me?
Your motivations are incredible, Marnie. No one would deny you that. But I won't stand down. If you want to reach your goal, you have to show your goals are larger than anyone else's. So I'll give it everything I got next time.
You're digging your own grave. I just beat you. Next time won't be different, and you better not use that weak Gengar if you want a chance.
Ash has a week to prepare for his rematch against Marnie. He feels bad about Spikemuff, but he can't give up now. Not after he's come this far. And he needs to help Gengar prove its worth. And so he decides to focus on Gengar and his strength. Go suggests maybe paying Galar's minor league ghost-type gym leader Alistair a visit, as he may be able to help Gengar out. And so the two head to Stow-on-Side. The two arrive at Alistair's gym to find Bee outside. She tells the two she is actually a longtime friend of Alistair, and the two have been constant rivals ever since they were little. They go inside the gym, and Bee introduces the two to Alistair. Ash pleads for the ghost-type gym leader to train him, to help Gengar reach new heights. Alistair, seeing a spark in Gengar's eyes, agrees. The training is rigorous. Despite his shy nature, Alistair is a strict and firm teacher when it comes to ghost types. He wants Gengar to reach its max power, the power of Gigantamax. And so the trainer and Pokemon run, climb, spar, and do exercises together for days. He even remarks that Alistair is a completely different person when battling gets involved, that his shy demeanor is completely replaced with a burning passion. Finally, it's time for the final test. Alistair tells Ash and Gengar they must beat him in a battle. The battle is Gengar versus Gengar, and it's pretty tough. Alistair may be a minor league gym leader, but he's still in the league. His battling style is messy, and yet extremely effective. However, Ash and Gengar push forward. They want to beat Marnie, to prove to her that their dreams and drive are even stronger than hers. And so, mustering up all of its power, Ash's Gengar goes in for one final offensive strike, taking Alistair's Gengar out. Alistair is very pleased with Gengar's performance, and says it's finally time. Bee and Alistair whip up the max soup, feeding it to Gengar. Everyone is super excited, as they gather around the battlefield to witness Ash's new powerhouse. Alright Gengar, let's get huge! Gigantamax! And just like that, Gengar Gigantamaxes. However, something's wrong. As Gengar starts to rampage across the stadium, it causes a lot of damage, and so Alistair and Bee send out Gengar and Machamp to calm it down. Gengar isn't in control, it's just mindlessly attacking everything. Due to the Pokemon being in this state, Alistair's Gengar and Bee's Machamp are able to easily defeat it, and Gengar returns to normal size. Nobody has any idea what caused this. Perhaps the influx of Dynamax energy was just too much for Gengar to handle. Alistair tells Ash he needs to be extra careful when using Gengar's G-Max powers, and Ash agrees. Still, he's hoping Gengar can push through this during their match. Regardless, he's been put in a rough corner. Was all of their training really for nothing? The day has finally arrived. Ash and Go arrive outside Winden Stadium, where they actually run into Hop. It's revealed here that Marnie was actually his rival during his time as a gym challenger, with them reaching their climax during the Galar League's semi-finals, so he's here to see how much better she's gotten, especially when she's up against an opponent like Ash. Inside, the stadium is packed, anticipating the clash between Ash and Marnie. Ash and Marnie then come out to the battlefield. Marnie, I'm not giving up. I plan to go all out!
Fine, but I intend to create the same exact results as our last match.
Try all you like, but this time, you're not getting past me. First up is Heracross versus Obstagoon. The battle starts off to an insanely fast start as Heracross zooms across the battlefield, not letting Obstagoon catch it for an instant. Seeing Obstagoon in a confused state, Ash commands Heracross to start landing more direct attacks, which results in Obstagoon grabbing Heracross, and using a barrage of attacks all at once, knocking the Pokemon out.
Is that really all you can do? I'm not impressed.
Just you wait and see. Ash sends out Gengar, and seeing how weakened Obstagoon is from Heracross's barrage, it's no surprise that Gengar is able to gain the upper hand. Obstagoon tries to hold its own, but in the end is defeated, and so Ash also sends Gengar back. Next up is Corphish versus Morpeko. The audience is confused why Ash would send out a water type against an electric type, but Ash has a face full of confidence. To the surprise of the audience, Corphish holds its own, not giving in to Morpeko's attacks. Even when the Pokemon shifts into its rage mode, Corphish is able to deliver powerful counters and defend. This match is completely in Ash's bag. Corphish lands one final strike, taking Morpeko out.
That Corphish is something. But we're far from finished. Let's go, Grimmsnarl!
Marnie's ace then takes the battlefield, and it shows. This Pokemon is on another level, showcasing power, determination, and a strength unparalleled by any other Pokemon seen today. Corphish just doesn't stand a chance, and goes down. This leaves Ash with one last Pokemon, Gengar. The two Pokemon go at each other, showcasing a drive to defeat the other, a reflection of their trainers. Ash wants to prove his dream can shine as bright as Marnie's ambition, but Marnie wants to devour that dream in darkness, so she can make her way up to the top and achieve her own. Eventually, Marnie gets tired of the equal matchup and decides to end things here and now.
Let's go, Grimmsnarl!
And just like that, a Titan of Darkness appears, G-Max Grimmsnarl. Ash is at a loss, he doesn't know what to do. Gengar is weakened from its battle between Obstagoon and Grimmsnarl. G-Maxing is the only way Gengar's going to be able to pull out a win. But if he does it, who knows what will happen? Ash has to make a decision, and quick. This is when Gengar looks back at Ash with a nod. Gengar. Alright, let's do it! And just like that, Ash Gigantamaxes Gengar for the whole stadium to see. Gengar is having a hard time controlling itself. The amount of energy surging through its body is overwhelming, but for Ash's sake, it uses all of its efforts to stay in control. Gengar, I know you can do this! The two G-Max Pokemon clash, and the battle is unlike anything we've seen up to this point. Both Pokemon want to win, and it's reflected in their every action. Eventually, the two deliver a powerful clash of G-Max moves, and a giant explosion erupts through the stadium. When the smoke clears, Gengar stands proud. Ash has done it. He's beaten Marnie. Marnie starts to tear up a bit, knowing she failed. It's revealed here Marnie was at the bottom of the Champions League ranking, and after losing this match, she won't have enough points to bounce back. She begins to cry, but Ash comes over to her.
Happy now, huh?
Marnie,
Don't apologize! My lack of strength got me here, not you!
I was wrong earlier. I'm not doing this for myself.
What?
Sure, I want to have fun battling, but when I beat an opponent, I carry on their hopes and dreams. I carry them all the way up to the top, and show those who I beat what I can really do. Beyond anything, I will prove to the world that I can become a Pokemon Master. That is my drive. Ash's words break Marnie, but also make her reflect upon her actions. She tells Ash she has a lot of thinking to do, but one day will come back even stronger. The two shake hands, properly ending their battle. After the battle, Hop invites both Ash and Marnie to dinner, and the three trainers tell stories all about the adventures they've been on. Hop and Ash also get excited for whenever their next battle may come around, which may be sooner than both think. Ash and Pikachu are jogging through Motostoke, training for their next Champions League match. This is when Ash receives a call from an unknown number, who turns out to be none other than Wallace. He personally invites Ash to this year's Wallace Cup in Sootopolis City to partake in an exhibition match against him. Ash, wanting to battle the previous Hoenn champ, of course agrees to go. Ash thinks that this will also be a chance to see May, Dawn, and Serena, as he's 100% sure they'll be there. Ash decides to head out that night, but Go stays back, as he has a meeting with Peony to go over some artifacts they collected in the Crown Tundra. And so Ash heads off to Hoenn alone. Ash arrives in Teutopolis, arriving at the Wallace Cup. It is here where he is reunited with Dawn, May, and Serena. It's revealed here that May and Serena encountered Dawn on their travels, and now all three of them are friends. The entire group all catches up, and Ash and Dawn tell the other two about their recent encounter with Darkrai in Jubilife City. May and Serena then tell Ash all about their travels throughout Hoenn, as May has been serving as a mentor to Serena all this time.
Serena's gotten so much better as a coordinator. I'm really proud of her progress.
May, stop! It's embarrassing!
Sorry, but it's true. You've really grown.
Personally, all that just makes me more excited to face you.
Yeah, me too.
But Ash, you're not participating in the Wallace Cup.
Huh? Oh yeah! Wallace then shows up, approaching the group. He tells Ash he looks forward to this battle just as much as the cup itself, and Ash thanks him for inviting him. The opening ceremony begins, and Wallace makes his speech, thanking all the coordinators who have come here to participate in his tournament. He then introduces Ash to the stage and the crowd goes wild. Ash and Wallace then take their battle positions. Wallace tells Ash he laments the fact that due to his standing, he's not qualified for the Champions League, and was hoping Ash could give him the excitement he needed. The battle then begins. It's a 1v1, Pikachu versus Milotic. The battle is quite intense, because don't forget, even though this battle is at a contest festival, this is a battle between two champions. Wallace mainly focuses on speed and so does Pikachu, and the two flash around the entire stadium. Both trainers even use some of their Pokemon contest strategies, as Ash recounts the short time he spent Pokemon coordinating. The battle reaches its climax when Pikachu traps Milotic within its Electro Web, using a barrage of Thunderbolts in quick succession to take the ex-champion's ace down. Wallace comes up to Ash and thanks him for giving him the thrill of battle, and then announces this year's Wallace Cup is officially open. The performance round then begins. All the coordinators showcase how much they've grown, and how far they're willing to go to achieve victory. This would of course be followed up by the battle rounds. Serena would defeat her master May with Delphox, which evolved from Braixen. The cup would then enter its climax with the final battle being Serena versus Dawn, Mamoswine versus Absol. The battle begins on equal footing, as both coordinators decide to go for a bit more aggressive approach due to the vibe with the two Pokemon. Serena's ports start to dwindle, and so she counters by Mega Evolving Absol, turning the tide of the battle and spectacle in her favor. When time runs out, Serena has more of her points left, and is heralded as the winner of this year's Wallace Cup. Both Dawn and May are super proud of her, and Ash is happy to see how far she's come since the last time they saw each other. When everything is said and done, that night Serena looks out at Teutopolis, admiring the night sky. Ash comes over to her, reaching out his hand in the shape of a fist.
What is this?
Come on, don't leave me hanging. The two fist bump each other, just like they did back in Kalos. May was right, you know. You've really improved.
That means a lot, coming from you.
I'm serious, though. You never stop growing. Honestly, you could be the best coordinator in the world one day.
How are you so sure about that? It could be May, or Dawn, or anyone.
Then you have to continue surpassing them. Keep growing. That's what I'm planning on doing. Don't give up till it's over, right?
Yeah. Thanks, Ash. Even though I won today, I needed that.
Anytime. The two stare up into the sky together, once again reaffirming their goals. Just then, Ash receives a Champions League notification on his phone. His next battle is against Hop. The battle is super high stakes, as this is the top 4 to determine the 8th member of the Masters Tournament. Both have the same amount of points. Whoever loses this battle will be disqualified. Regardless, Ash is super excited for the rematch. Meanwhile, at Motostoke Stadium, Hop in his battle against Wickstrom is coming to an end. Cinderace has tired Aegislash out, and lands one last Pyro Ball, knocking it out. The crowd cheers as the ref announces that Leon's younger brother is making his way to the top. Despite the applause, Hop's face is full of sadness, and in the break room, Hop punches the bench in frustration. He then sees his battle notification.
I'm tired. Tired of people seeing me as just Lee's younger brother. In this next battle, people will see me for me. I won't continue to be in Lee's shadow.
The time has finally come. Ash vs. Hop, round 2. Hammerlock Stadium is absolutely packed, and both Ash and Hop have been waiting for this battle.
Ash, let's give everyone a show they'll never forget.
Yeah, we'll shine brighter than ever before. You and me.
Let's do it, mate. Let's give it our all.
Up first is Dubwool vs. Dragonite. Both Pokemon are insanely tanky, enduring back-to-back attacks from each other, but both stand their ground. Dragonite has a bit of an advantage due to its flight, and releases an aerial assault which completely catches Dubwool off guard, taking it down.
Playing hard to get, I see. But we're far from done.
Hop's second Pokemon is Corviknight, which is able to keep up with Ash's Dragonite on equal footing. The sky becomes a sheer spectacle as both Pokemon deliver powerful blows against each other. The Dragonite is still weakened from its last battle, giving Corviknight the opportunity it needs to take the win. Up next is Gengar, and it's here where the battle takes a turn. Gengar uses all its might to keep up with Corviknight, but the Pokemon is just faster, outmaneuvering Gengar and dodging a majority of its attacks. It then lands a critical assault on the Phantom, taking it down.
You see that? I'm shining. Me! Not Lee. This is my strength!
Hop.
Send out your last Pokemon, Ash. Let me shine even brighter!
While this is going on, Leon watches from a private room, disturbed. Ash's final Pokemon is none other than Lucario, and this battle isn't even close. Lucario is just on a different level thanks to the Aura State, and Hop watches on hopelessly as the bond between Ash and Lucario decimates Corviknight. Hop falls to his knees, seeing the Pokemon go down.
What am I doing wrong? Why? Why can't I be like him? Why can't I be the unbeatable champion too? Why can't I shine by being my—
Shut up!
Huh?
Nobody came here to watch Leon battle. They came here to see you! They want to see what you can bring to the stage. Isn't that right, guys? The crowd starts to cheer, chanting Hop's name. Hop looks all around at the massive applause and starts to tear up.
Are they all really here for me?
Come on, man. It's time for the grand finale. We still have a rematch to settle.
Yeah, you're right. Let's do it.
Hop sends out his final Pokemon, Cinderace. The battle is super fast-paced, as both Pokemon deliver blows at insane speeds, not letting the other gain the upper hand. While Hop doesn't have aura like Lucario, Ash swears he can sense something from them. Not aura, but a desire. A desire to win and make their way to the top. It's time to stop holding out on me, Hop. Show me everything! And just like that, Cinderace becomes a Titan for the whole stadium to see. Ash smirks, pulling out his Mega Glove. Let's do it, Lucario! Mega Evolve! Lucario then Mega Evolves as it stares down its gigantic rival. Cinderace releases a barrage of fire attacks, setting the stadium floor ablaze. Lucario is able to barely dodge the attacks, and delivers a powerful blow to Cinderace, but it has no use. Ash then realizes the only way to win is to make his way to the top. Lucario, mustering up all its strength, jumps to an insane height using Aura, conjuring up a giant Aura Sphere, with Cinderace charging up Max Flare. The two attacks collide, sending a surge across the stadium. It's honestly anyone's game, but in the end, Lucario is able to take the win, and Cinderace goes down. The crowd cheers as Ash wins, and it's announced he will be one of the finalists for the pre-Masters 8 matchups, as his next opponent will be the one he has to face in order to enter the Masters 8. Hop comes over to Ash.
Since you beat me, I guess I'll leave Lee to you. But you have to promise me you'll beat him.
Of course, I intend to. Ash and Hop exchange a fist bump, and as Ash walks away, he swears he sees Leon in his shadow. But he keeps that to himself as he heads back to the break room and starts to break down. As this is happening, Leon comes in.
Lee.
You did good, kid. Really.
But I...
Come on now, keep your chin up.
I'll always be in your shadow, Lee. There's just no helping it. I'm not as good as you are. What's so funny?
Even after all this, you still believe that? Hop, you shined more than anyone I've ever seen out there. Way more than me.
Stop lying.
I would never lie to you. You'll reach the summit someday, Hop. I know it. But for now, keep getting stronger, okay?
Lee... Yeah, I will.
The two brothers embrace one another as the day comes to an end. At the Cerise lab, Chloe has come around for another visit. Everyone is super excited about it, especially Goh, who tells her all about his adventures with Ash and the Crown Tundra. Chloe fills everyone in that since she's nearing graduation, she's decided what she wants to do, but tells everyone it'll be a secret until dinner time. Goh and Chloe then decide to go around Motostoke to do some shopping, and it's here where a wild Grookey ends up stealing Chloe's bag. They chase after it and see that the Grookey seems to be looking for something, and it's here where Goh notices its stick is missing, a valuable part towards Grookey's abilities. It must have stolen Chloe's bag hoping to find a substitute. Chloe then befriends the Grookey, and alongside Eevee are able to create a new stick for the Pokemon. After everything is settled, Grookey grows fond of Chloe, and she ends up catching the Pokemon. Chloe then asks Goh for a quick battle, and it's Sobble versus Grookey. The battle is actually quite intense. Despite just catching Grookey, Chloe is doing a number on Sobble. Goh even thinks to himself she's much better than he was at her level, but Goh at this point is still way more experienced and ends up taking the win. Afterwards, the two return back to the lab, where Chloe tells everyone she's decided to take on the Kanto Gym Challenge. You see, Ash and all the members of the Champions League inspired her, and now she wants to become strong too. And with Eevee and Grookey, she knows she can do it. Ash and Goh encourage her, with the former telling her to call him if she ever needs advice. The next day, Chloe leaves, while making sure to tell Goh to stay in touch, as it seems there may be a bit more to their friendship, but neither I nor Ash will say anything about that. The next day, Ash is chilling in the Pokemon Park when a loud noise is heard, as Goh and Peony rush into the room, scaring Ash.
Ash! We found it! We really found it! We discovered something big. No, something huge within the landscape of the Crown Tundra.
This is bigger than a Gigantamax Pokemon! It's Ultramax!
Goh and Peony explain that they've been researching their findings from their last Crown Tundra expedition, and found something that's akin to the Reggie temples within Hoenn. They even checked with Steven Stone himself to verify this. Goh asks Ash if he wants to come along with them, and he agrees, and so they hop on the Project Legend ship and head off to the Crown Tundra. Upon arriving, Ash takes in the landmass's beauty, as this is his first time here. They make their way to the temple with strange looking patterns outside, and just then a loud noise is heard. It's something Ash is very familiar with, the Battle Pyramid. And just like that, Brandon descends from the giant building. Ash immediately runs up to him, and to Goh and Peony's surprise, starts catching up like old friends. That is until a voice is heard.
So, you're here too.
Paul? That's right. Ash's rival from Sinnoh, Paul, has joined Brandon for this expedition to the Crown Tundra. Brandon tells Peony that he's been investigating into the Crown Tundra for some time, and I guess reached the same conclusions as him and Goh. Paul is along for the ride because Brandon agreed to battle him if he agreed to help him out with this, and Ash is ecstatic to see him again. Alright Paul, let's do our best!
Would you stop being so loud?
Come on man, don't be like that!
Still pathetic.
And some things never change. The group all embarks inside the temple, and it's here where Ash and Paul properly catch up. Paul tells Ash that after his loss during the Sinnoh League, he traveled to other regions in order to become stronger. Ash asks Paul why he didn't go try for an Elite Four champion level position, as he's certainly strong enough, and Paul tells him he wasn't interested in any of that. Instead, he actually wants to pass his knowledge on to the next generation, and so now he's a gym leader in training. Ash encourages him, telling Paul he'll do great at anything he does. While not outright showing it, you can tell Paul appreciates Ash's words. While traversing the temple, the group is eventually separated, leaving Ash and Paul trapped by themselves. Working together, they make their way through the temple, before coming across two large statues, which quickly activate, transforming into the new Reggies they've been trying to find.
Ash, let's take them on together. My battle with Brandon is on the line, so you better not slow me down.
I think you got it twisted. You'll be the one trying to keep up with me!
Ursaluna, stand by for battle.
Gliscor, I choose you! And just like that, a battle between Regieleki and Regidrago begins. Paul's new Pokemon is Ursaluna, which he explains evolved when he and Ursaring entered a strange dominion known as a space-time distortion. According to Professor Rowan, it seems to be an after effect of Dialga and Palkia's summoning a few years back, but it for sure worked out in Paul's favor. The two put everything they have into this battle, but it isn't easy. These are legendary Pokemon after all. Gliscor takes things from the air, while Ursaluna rampages on the ground. Both Ash and Paul have great teamwork, as their rivalry has now become respect for one another. They reflect back on their time together in Sinnoh, realizing how far they've come. The Reggies unleash a combination attack, but Ursaluna and Gliscor tank the hit, and so Ash and Paul then command their own combo move, directly hitting the Reggies. This causes the two Pokemon to falter, and Paul tells Ash to go for the finishing blow. But before they can, the Reggies disappear into thin air, supposedly finding another area of the temple to rest. The two rivals then reunite with Brandon, Peony, and Go, who told them all about these new Reggies. Go and Peony are upset they didn't get the chance to see them firsthand, and Brandon on the other hand decides he'll be staying here for a while, and asks Paul to train with him in order for the pair to become strong enough to take the Titans on. And Paul of course agrees because he wants to battle Brandon. Outside the temple, everyone is saying their farewells, as Brandon and Paul will stay here and our trio want to continue doing more survey work before they head back to mainland Galar.
Ash, if anyone deserves to be world champion, I think that person is you.
Paul.
Don't disappoint me, loser.
Don't worry. I got this. A couple days have passed, and Go, Ash, and Peony continue to do survey work. While continuing their investigation, the group see a rare Pokemon running across the snow, and decide to follow it. When they catch up to the Pokemon, it's with its trainer, along with a few others. The Pokemon is Silvally, who is with Lily, Gladion, and Lusamine.
Ash!
Lily!
You know more people here?
Lily and Gladion are super happy to see their friend again, and inform him that Magearna has led them to the Crown Tundra in search of Moan, and they finally have their destination. Ash is super happy for them, as he knows how much finding their father meant to the family. However, before they can go and get him, Lily approaches Ash.
I've been doing a lot of Pokemon training lately, and I was wondering, would you like to have a battle?
Of course! Let's do it! Ash and Lily have a one-on-one battle, Pikachu versus Lily's Alolan Ninetales, which she caught as a Vulpix during their travels and trained up. The battle is pretty one-sided, Ash is clearly dominating things, but Lily isn't a pushover. You can tell that she's become stronger. But in the end, Ninetales is no match for Pikachu and ends up going down.
Oh man, you're just too good, Ash. I didn't stand a chance.
Don't say that. You did your best. Now, let's find your dad. Ash, the Aether family, as well as Go and Peony follow Magearna to a small hut, and a man comes out. It's none other than Moan, but he has no recollection of his family at all. Regardless, he asks them to please come inside, as it gets chilly at night, and he and his daughter would love to have them. This shocks the entire family, but to an even bigger surprise, it ends up being a Nihilego. Now, Go is ready to go to town to investigate this thing, but Ash tells him to be wary, that most Ultra Beasts are extremely defensive and dangerous. Moan gets angry asking them why they are calling his daughter a monster, and they realize he clearly can't see the beast is manipulating him. Lusamine gets PTSD from her time trapped within Ultra Space, and vows to free Moan. The others put on a friendly persona, and trying to make Moan remember everything. And eventually, it works once they show him a photo, and he remembers everything about his family and Alola. Gladion then finally gets up and gets ready to fight the Ultra Beast, but Moan tells his son to stop, that the Nihilego was the one who saved him after he arrived here, and all it wanted was to be loved. And so just like canon, they accept the Nihilego Lily as part of their family. After everything is said and done, Ash decides to accompany Lily and her family back to Alola. Go is sad by this, but tells Ash to have a safe trip. as he wants to continue doing some more research here in the Crown Tundra with Peony. Next time you see me, I'll be part of the Masters 8. How's that sound?
Sounds like a promise. You better do your best, okay, Ash?
Yeah, I'll do the best I can. Good luck, partner.
Yeah, you too, partner.
While separated for now, Ash and Goh will surely reunite. And at that point, Ash will become a member of the Masters 8. Ash and the Aether family arrive back in Alola. They're approached by Kukui, who welcomes Ash and Lily back with open arms. Ash and Lily decide to go with Kukui, while Lusamine and the others go back to Aether Paradise, with them planning to all meet up later. Upon returning to Kukui's, Ash finally meets Kukui and Burnett's child and his younger brother, Lay. And later on in the night, everyone meets up at Iki Town for a celebration, with a bunch of Ash and Lily's friends surrounding them to celebrate this family reunion. It reminds Ash why he loves Alola so much, and how happy he is to be its champion. Gladion then approaches Ash, asking for another battle, and the two would have a quick rematch. It's Dusk Lycanroc versus Midnight Form Lycanroc. The battle is as intense as it was back at the Manalo conference, with both Pokemon not giving in, but eventually it comes down to an Accelerock versus Outrage collision, with both Pokemon tying. Ash and Gladion shake hands as their rivalry is now deeply embedded into their hearts. While Ash is telling Lily and Kukui all about his adventures since they last saw each other, he gets a notification on his Rotom phone. The final pre-Masters 8 battle is here. Ash made the cut. The battle to decide who will be the final member is between him and Alain, here at Manalo Stadium. Ash is beyond ecstatic and even starts to tear up a bit. He remembers how his last battle with Alain was something much greater, something to determine the fate of the very world itself. But this time, they can finally both fight as themselves. Not a battle between darkness and light, simply a battle between friends. At the very place Ash became champion of Alola, the time has come to fulfill their promise. It's time to look towards that signal flare in the sky once again. In Lumio City, Alain has a somber smile on his face, as he's not sure how to take the announcement. Sycamore then comes in and comforts his son.
It's finally time, huh? For you and Ash to settle things.
Dad, do I deserve this?
Don't be stupid, Alain. You've worked hard for this. You started all the way from scratch and look at you now. A finalist for the Masters 8. Lysander didn't do this. You did.
But it still doesn't feel right to be able to face him like this. I just never thought I can actually do it.
But you can. And you are. This is a battle I know both you and Ash want. So make the best of it. And give it your all.
Dad, alright, I will. I'll give Ash a battle he'll never forget.
The day before the battle, Ash and Kiawe are training in preparation for his fight. It's Pikachu versus Tornador, and they go on for quite a while. Kiawe emphasizes the importance of this battle, that as Alola's champion, he isn't just representing himself, but the region as a whole. Ash tells Kiawe not to worry, that he has a trump card that makes him confident in his win, something that will shock all of Alola. Kiawe is excited, wondering exactly what this trump card could be, and so the two continue to train, awaiting Ash's battle tomorrow. It's finally time. Ash, Lily, and Kukui make their way to the stadium, where they run into Alain.
So Ash, are you ready to lose?
Not at all. We'll be taking this one. Our resonance is just as strong as ever.
Good, because all I want is to face you two in battle, with nothing holding us back.
I wouldn't want it any other way. Let's do this, Alain. As ourselves. Manalo Stadium is packed, as it's the long-awaited return of their beloved champion, Ash Ketchum. Hal, Gladion, and Guzma are all in the stands, wondering what kind of approach Ash will take against such a strong opponent. Ash and Alain enter the stadium, and there's no time for discussion. It's here, the battle that will determine the final member of the Masters 8, the penultimate battle of the Champions League, Ash versus Alain. First up is Gudra vs Tyranitar, a battle of pseudo-legendaries. Both Pokemon are absolute tanks, each having incredible amounts of power as well. The two continue to exchange blows, but things eventually take a turn for the worse when Tyranitar gains a slight edge, and using that advantage to land devastating blows on Goodra, taking it down. Heh, don't count us out yet! Ash's second Pokemon is none other than Melmetal, which completely destroys any of Tyranitar's attempts of attack with Double Iron Bash, seemingly creating an impenetrable shield. With no way of attack, Tyranitar is quickly overpowered and knocked out. Alain then sends out his second Pokemon, his very own Chestnut. The battle gets back to more of a standstill, with both Pokemon being evenly matched, demonstrating sheer strength and power. No matter how many times they attack each other, neither will give in. Eventually, the battle comes to its forefront when Melmetal breaks through Chestnut's King Shield, knocking it slightly off balance. Melmetal goes in for the final attack, but at that moment is caught off guard by a counterattack from Chestnut. Still, the two attacks collide, and both Pokemon go down, leaving Ash and Alain with just their last Pokemon.
You ready?
Yeah, this rematch has been a long time coming. I've been waiting years for this. Let's give each other the battle we deserve, what should have really went down at the Kalos League Finals. And the last two Pokemon make their way to the battlefield, Charizard and Greninja. That's right, the long-awaited rematch is here. The Pokemon waste no time going at it, each fast, strong, and powerful. You can tell the two of us score to settle with one another, and their clash entices the audience every passing second. Everyone is at the edge of their seats, but things are only going to heat up.
Charizard, let's go beyond evolution. Mega Evolve!
Stronger. We gotta get stronger. Let's do it, Greninja! And just like that, the two enter even more powerful forms. Alain's Charizard is now a Mega Charizard Y, representing how Alain has grown on his own without reliance from Lysander. This wasn't gifted to him. This form represents Alain and Charizard's own resolve. But even still, Ash and Greninja's resonance gleams as powerful as ever. The battle continues, and it's absolute insanity. Both are giving it their all, neither giving in to the other's attacks. Greninja's speed is incredible, and yet Charizard is able to successfully counter every attack. The two are completely equal in power, and as this is going on, we see Serena and May watching in Hoenn, while Clement and Bonnie watch from Lumio City. Ash and Greninja decide it's time to finish things, and so conjure up a giant water shuriken. Charizard counters with Blast Burn, just like they did all that time ago. The two moves collide and a massive explosion occurs, and when everything is said and done, Greninja stands victorious. He's finally done it. He's not only beaten Alain, but has secured his spot as a member of the Masters 8. The entire stadium loses it, chanting Ash's name as they celebrate their champion entering the Masters tournament. Alain then comes up to Ash.
I gave it my all, as myself this time, and I still lost. You won, fair and square.
Thanks, Alain. I'm so glad we finally got to do this.
Yeah, me too. I feel like now that we've battled again, I can truly move on from my past. Lysander, Team Flare, they can't chain me down any longer. I'm free.
Alain. The two have a bro hug, showing how far they've come as not only rivals, but friends. But as teary as this conclusion is, we don't have time for it, as the Masters 8 is finally revealed. These are the 8 strongest trainers in the world who will duke it out for the crown. Raihan, Iris, Lance, Diantha, Steven, Cynthia, Leon, and of course, our boy Ash. It's a tournament of only champions, the best of the best. Ash will have to face many trials and tribulations to secure his spot at the top. As this is occurring, we see Leon has been watching the match all this time, and his smile is so big it almost exudes an insane energy. Even more worrying, inside a Team Rocket helicopter, none other than Giovanni is watching the match with an evil grin.
Ash Ketchum, I eagerly await your performance, and then I will take it all away from you.
Later that night, Ash is relaxing on the beach, the same one he and Kukui always used to come to, and ironically, the professor himself shows up.
So, you've made it to the top.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been possible without all of Alola supporting me, so thank you.
Don't do that. You did this, Ash, thanks to all your hard work. Take pride in that.
This is actually just so surreal. I mean, I knew this was the point I wanted to get to, but to think I actually made it.
Well, I know for a fact everyone will be watching you, so show them. Show the world who you are.
Will do. Tapu Koko then shows up, descending towards Ash and Kukui. Ash and the professor are shocked, and Kukui says it must be here to wish Ash luck. Ash tells Tapu Koko he won't let it down. He won't let Alola down. He's made it, and he plans to go to the top. We got 2 weeks, Pikachu. Let's make the most of it. It's time, world. Get ready to meet your world champ! Ash and Go arrive at the base of Winden Stadium, where the battles to best all battles will take place. Pikachu, we made it. We're really here.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. Who knew you were capable of this, Ash?
Come on, Misty, give him a break.
Fine. Guess I'll let him have this. But just this once.
Misty? Brock? What are you guys doing here?
Are you kidding? There's no way we were gonna miss this. Not after everything we've been through.
Brock. That's right. Misty and Brock are here to watch Ash within the Masters 8 tournament. But not just him, as Ash reconvenes with Kukui, who came back to Galar with Ash after his battle in Alola, wanting to see this tournament in person for himself. Go is introduced to Ash's oldest traveling companions, and Misty even makes a remark that this is giving her nostalgia back to the Indigo and Johto leagues, which makes Ash laugh.
Sorry about this, Ash. I don't want to break up your reunion, but, the opening ceremony starts in about 30 minutes.
Huh? What'd you say? Wait, what? How did I lose track of time? Ash bids the group farewell, promising to catch up with them later. He then makes his way to a private room within the stadium, where the other members of the Masters 8 are. But they don't have time to chat right now, as Ash arrived so late that they were practically already leaving for the opening ceremony, which Iris makes a snarky remark about. The opening ceremony begins as Scott comes to the center of the stage and announces the Masters 8 is now open. Everyone comes to the stage as the crowd goes wild, and of course, Ash is center stage. Brock and Misty look on, proud at how far Ash has come. The top 8 matches are 3-on-3s, and here they are. Leon versus Steven, Diantha versus Cynthia, Iris versus Raihan, and Ash versus Lance. The matches begin tomorrow. Ash approaches Lance, who tells Ash he's really excited to finally fight him, that the two of them have to show the world Kanto's might. However, Ash disagrees. He says at least here he isn't fighting for Kanto, rather for Alola. Lance chuckles, and it seems like he even spots Kukui in the crowd, smiling at him. But that's besides the point. The next day arrives and the top 8 finally begins as Steven and Leon make their way to the stadium. These two are both in the top 3 and seen as both very likely candidates for world champion. Steven even tells Leon that he's never encountered a trainer like him before and is excited to test his might against him. We then see Sawyer back in Hoenn cheering his mentor on. The battle is a 3-on-3, and first up is Inteleon versus Claydol. The fight is intense, both are champion level trainers, putting their all into the fight. But Inteleon's attacks are just too precise, landing critical blows and making it virtually impossible for Claydol to gain the upper hand, and so it goes down. Next up is Steven's Aggron, who is able to land significantly more powerful blows on Inteleon, but the Pokemon won't go down so easily. Its shots are still as precise as ever, however Aggron and Steven are able to eventually track its trajectory and figure out a counter, barely taking Inteleon out. Leon's second Pokemon is his ace, Charizard. The Pokemon's mere presence is enough to intimidate the entire audience. Its sheer power reigns supreme. Charizard is easily able to counter Aggron's attacks and counter with a lot of power, taking down Steven's second Pokemon. This leaves Steven with only one more Pokemon, his last-ditch effort, his shiny Metagross. The Pokemon is seemingly Charizard's equal, and yet to Steven, something feels off. The Pokemon are at a standstill, but he feels like he and Metagross are still miles away from Leon and Charizard, and so decides to do something to close that gap. And so Metagross Mega Evolves. While this obviously increases Metagross's base abilities, something is still off. Charizard remains at the same level, even without Gigantamaxing. In a last-ditch effort, Steven unleashes a barrage of attacks, but Charizard just tanks them all. Metagross has exhausted itself, and goes down, making Leon the winner, and it really wasn't even a fair fight. The crowd goes wild and Leon does his iconic pose. It certainly looks like he didn't come to mess around.
I'll make it to the top. I better see you there too, Ash.
The next battle is against Cynthia and Diantha. These two have little history with each other, but both are extremely famous in other fields besides battling. Diantha and Cynthia are both excited for this battle, and it begins right now. First up is Aurorus versus Roserade. Cynthia's at a disadvantage here, and it shows. Roserade is strong, but so is Aurorus. Both Pokemon dazzle, but eventually a part of Roserade's legs become frozen, which gives Aurorus the opportunity it needs to take it down. Cynthia's second Pokemon is Milotic. The Pokemon is much faster than Aurorus, giving it the edge it needs, quickly taking out Diantha's first Pokemon. The Kalos champion then immediately sends out her next Pokemon, Gourgeist. The two Pokemon go at it. While Cynthia plays from a distance, Gourgeist tries to get up close. The battle is super tense. Both sides refuse to give in to the other. Eventually, however, Milotic gains the upper hand, taking Gourgeist down. Diantha is down to her last Pokemon, Gardevoir, who wastes no time in launching a powerful offensive assault, quickly taking out Milotic. And so, here comes in Cynthia's iconic Garchomp. The two champions exchange a nod of understanding, and the stadium is quickly enveloped with the light of resonance. As both Pokemon Mega Evolve, the first Mega Clash of the tournament is here, and it's epic. Both Pokemon exude incredible power, with speed so incredible you could hardly even see them. There's no longer any strategy involved. Both pairs of trainer and Pokemon have been enveloped with the sheer desire to overcome the other. The battle ends with a Moonblast Dragon Pulse collision, causing a giant explosion, but when the smoke settles, Gardevoir has gone down, advancing Cynthia to the next round. Both battles have inspired Ash, and goes to show the sheer might of his competition. Regardless, he's excited to make it to the top. Ash then realizes it's Iris's turn, and heads to the break room where she's situated. Good luck out there.
Thanks. Ryan's a Dragon Master, which makes this match way more personal for me. I'll carry on Drayden's legacy and fight for Unova!
That's the spirit. I'll be rooting for you all the way! In the other break room, Raihan sits in silence, thinking back to his loss by Leon during the Galar League finals.
I can't lose this. I refuse to lose this. I need to face Leon. I can't let a kid stand in my way.
The two Dragon Masters make their way to the stadium, facing down each other.
Sorry, kid. It's nothing personal. But you're going down. I've come too far to lose now.
Same goes for me. Give me all you've got.
The battle begins, and it's a Hydreigon versus Flygon clash. Raihan immediately starts a sandstorm to tear away Hydreigon's strength, but the Pokemon perseveres, delivering powerful blows. However, Raihan's strategy was still effective, as it wears Hydreigon down enough for Flygon to go in for its final attack. Iris then sends in her second Pokemon, Lapras, who's able to handle the sandstorm a bit better, even lasting long enough for it to wear off. Before Flygon can start it up again, Lapras goes in and takes the Pokemon down. Raihan's second Pokemon is Gigalith, which while slower than Lapras, hits really hard. Iris may have the type advantage, but that means nothing in the face of Raihan's adversary. The two Pokemon go at it and end up actually tying, taking each other out in a collision of moves. And so Iris and Raihan's aces come to the forefront, Haxorus versus Duraludon. The Pokemon exchange a few blows, showcasing the determination of the two dragons. However, Raihan isn't taking any chances, and so goes full throttle.
Let's end this quickly! Duraludon! Gigantamax!
Haxorus and Iris then face down a Titan, who immediately throws a massive Max Steel Strike at the pair, striking Haxorus and landing a critical hit. Haxorus stands back up, and Iris simply smirks, pulling out something that shocks both Ash and Kukui. A Z-Ring. We didn't see a flashback to a couple months ago, where Iris takes on the Dragon Trial on Pony Island during a trip to Alola. Now that she's mastered the power of the Z-move, she's ready to use it as her ultimate weapon.
Haxorus, show Duraludon your full power! Devastating Drake!
The Z-move directly hits Duraludon, and it's super powerful. The power from the attack is too great, and Duraludon quickly goes down, reverting back to normal size. The crowd cheers as Iris makes her way to the top 4, and Ash is incredibly happy for her. But he doesn't have time to waste. It's almost time for his match. In the hallway outside the stadium, Raihan punches the wall, lashing out in a fit of rage. He then looks over to see Leon.
Raihan,
You what? Some of us try our hardest, and it's never good enough. Why, Leon? Tell me why I'm so behind you.
Is that really how you see yourself? 'Cause to me, you've always been my equal.
What?
Every time we battle, you give me a feeling very few others do. When I beat you, I feel accomplished, fulfilled, whole. I don't think the unbeatable champion would exist if not for his rival pushing him every second.
Is that so? Well, it looks like the rival has to keep doing his job. Which means I need to keep getting stronger. And then finally beat you, taking what's rightfully mine.
I'd like to see you try.
Meanwhile, Ash heads to the stadium, as his battle against Lance is about to begin. Who will come out on top? What sort of exciting battle awaits Ash? Well, stay tuned to find out. We have a flashback to the night before the top 8 matches, as Kukui has wandered into Winden and has gone for a walk, and ends up running into Lance.
It's been a while, huh? 10 years.
Stop it. You'll make me feel old.
I guess time has flown by. Our battle at the Indigo League feels like forever ago.
Sure does. But thanks to my loss against you, I was able to realize my own dream, and Ash was the one who made it come true.
I see. I feel a similar way, believing in the next generation. To think that 10-year-old kid I met all the way back then and ended up here of all places. Fate's a funny thing.
Don't tell me. You're gonna let Ash win?
I thought you would have more confidence in me, Kukui. I'm not going to let my beliefs get in the way of my pride. Ash is going down. I'll make sure of that.
You can try, but that kid is strong. The last thing I do is underestimate him.
Trust me, I intend to give it my all.
The two old rivals continue talking into the night as the day of the top 8 approaches. And now we reach the climax of those series of battles, as Ash and Lance make their way to the stadium. Lance, it's surreal that we get to battle like this. I've admired you for a while, so I won't be holding back.
Neither will I. Now, Ash, let's give the world what they want. Show me your ferocity, your will to win.
It's finally time. Ash's first Masters 8 battle is here, against the Dragon-type Master and Kanto Johto champion, Lance. And first up are Bulbasaur and Hydreigon. The battle seems pretty one-sided, as Lance takes the upper hand through sheer aggression. Bulbasaur tries to keep up with his attacks, but is having a hard time doing so, and eventually becomes overwhelmed by Hydreigon's sheer ferocity and goes down.
Don't tell me this is your limit, Ash!
Don't worry, I'm far from done. Ash's second Pokemon is Charizard, and the battle takes an immediate shift. Lance's Hydreigon is fast, incredibly so, but Charizard is just an entirely different beast. It's able to counter a majority of the Pokemon's attacks and deliver powerful blows, eventually taking it down. Lance then sends in his shiny Gyarados, who growls with all its might. The two exchange blow after blow, and despite the type disadvantage, Charizard is holding its own, but Lance decides to turn the tide of the battle.
Enough playing around! Gyarados! Dynamax!
Gyarados then Dynamaxes and starts to arise several Max Geysers, with the intention of hitting the now small target. Charizard is able to successfully dodge most of them, however only being attacked slightly, with one of his wings being hit. After the barrage of water attacks, Gyarados reverts back to normal, although gravely weakened. Charizard goes in for the finishing blow, but falters at the last minute as his wing gives out. Gyarados uses this opportunity to end things with Dragon Pulse, but Charizard counters with Flamethrower. The two attacks collide and hit each other, knocking both of the Pokemon out. In the audience, the others look on with intensity.
Man, I can't stop watching. They're neck and neck with each other.
Both are incredibly strong. It's honestly anyone's match at this point.
Well, I believe in Ash. I know he has it in him.
Yeah. Ash, you got this!
The climax of the battle is between Dragonite and Ash's Incineroar. That's right. Ash is using the Pokemon that symbolizes the rivalry between the Kanto Johto champ and Kukui, a sort of pseudo-revenge. Kukui looks on with pride and awe, tears forming in his eyes. The battle begins and it's insane. Dragonite and Incineroar are incredibly strong, and their clash is full of pressure and sheer power. Lance seems to be gaining the upper hand, however, as his speed is slightly greater, and yet Incineroar tanks most of the attacks, delivering counters when he can. However, Ash decides that the battle has reached its end, and pulls out his Z-Ring. Alright Incineroar, let's finish this! Use Inferno Overdrive! The Z-move directly hits Dragonite, who falters but stands strong.
Ha! Such a trivial move won't take us down. Now, show us everything!
You're not stopping me! I'm gonna be a Pokemon Master! The Pokemon go in for one last clash, the pressure being exuded visually showing, whipping across the stadium. But eventually, a giant explosion occurs, and when the smoke is settled, Incineroar stands victorious. The crowd cheers as Ash realizes that he made it to the top 4. He's done it! He's beaten Lance! Lance reflects on his loss, looking at Kukui and smirking.
You're right, Kukui. It's time to leave things to the next generation.
Lance then comes up to Ash, shaking his hand, telling the young champion that now Alola, Kanto, and Johto rests with him. As this occurs, the top 4 is announced. Iris versus Leon and Ash versus Cynthia. It seems like the time for Ash and the Sinnoh champ to fight has finally come. Meanwhile, Giovanni spectates the battle from a private room, thinking to himself that Ash will be a marvelous opponent.
A meal for the winning champs! Cheers, everyone!
It's another night after the battle, and Ash, Iris, and even Leon are celebrating their wins. Brock whips up a meal for everyone. Everyone has a good time, as Ash catches up with Brock and Misty, Go talks to Kukui about his time as a professor, and Leon and Iris talk about their upcoming match. Just then, Cynthia approaches the group and joins in, staring down Ash.
I always knew you would make it this far. I can't wait for our battle.
Likewise, it's been a long time coming, so I don't plan to disappoint.
I, for one, am super excited to see what the two of you will bring to the table, but Iris and I intend to shine just as brightly.
You got that right. Ash, you better not lose. I want to see you in the finals.
Don't worry. No matter who comes my way, they aren't stopping me from the top. The champs and others continue to enjoy themselves. A little nice breather before the battles to come. The next day has arrived, and so is the top 4. And first up is Iris versus Leon. This battle is super important for Iris, as she wants to make it all the way to the finals. This battle is insane, with some crazy matchups. Dragonite versus Aegislash, Lapras versus Cinderace, Dragalge versus Rillaboom, Druddigon versus Dragapult, and a match between both trainers is Haxoruses. The battle comes to its climactic conclusion with a clash between Charizard and Iris's Salamence. The two Pokemon clash, a visual representation of the wills of the unbeatable champion and Dragon Master. The two fly into the air, delivering several blows, going so fast you wouldn't even be able to see them. Iris takes matters into her own hands and Mega Evolves Salamence, to which Leon counters with by Gigantamaxing Charizard himself. The first time of the tournament, the two deliver very strong blows with each other, but eventually ends with Salamence dodging a G-Max Wildfire and delivering a powerful counter, knocking Charizard off balance. However, the Pokemon regains its footing, and Leon and Charizard then seemingly emit a strange aura. It's not visually there, but just like Hop, Ash and Iris both sense it. It's akin to a strong resonance, a true showcase of the trainer and Pokemon's bond. It's ferocious, overpowering anything that challenges its might. Charizard unleashes an even more powerful G-Max Wildfire, completely dominating Mega Salamence and taking it out, securing Leon's spot in the finals. The crowd cheers as the two trainers shake hands. Iris is visibly upset, but Leon tells her to hold her head up high, that she was awesome out there. While Ash heads to the stadium for his match, he runs into Iris. Hey.
Hey.
Iris,
Ash.
Iris cries in front of Ash, letting the disappointment of her loss finally take over. Ash lets her cry out, and then comforts her. Iris, look, a loss is a loss, but you can't let it control you. You have to keep moving forward. Become stronger, and then try again. After all, that's what you taught me to do.
Ash, when did you become so mature?
Mature? Iris, what are you talking about? I'm still just a kid.
Right. Good luck out there. I'll be rooting for you.
Thanks. I'll do my best. The two rivals part ways, and it's time for Ash to finally settle the score with Cynthia once and for all. Ash enters the stadium, which is still under the high of the previous battle between champions. The crowd ruptures into cheers as our hero comes face to face with the champion of Sinnoh, the one person who Ash has been waiting to face for years. Their long-awaited battle has come at last. I've admired you for a while, Cynthia, and that's the reason why I refuse to lose this.
You know, ever since I first laid eyes on you, I sensed something. A battle spirit that was slowly kindling. I saw it erupt during the Sinnoh League. It was then when I knew you and I would find each other here like this. Ash, you and your Pokemon overcame all the challenges you faced, however difficult. The bond you share, I can feel it emanating from you. But my team and I won't go down so easily. Show me your conviction!
Finally, the battle between Ash and Cynthia is here. First up is Torterra versus Spiritomb. The battle is off to a start of momentum, as both Spiritomb and Torterra are heavy hitters. Torterra delivers powerful strikes, while working as a great defensive machine. Meanwhile, Spiritomb is stealthy and calculative, similar to Cynthia herself. It seems like no matter what Ash and Torterra do, Cynthia is one step ahead of them, and so Torterra is quickly taken out. Ash then remembers exactly who he is facing, a calculative, cold-hearted monster of battling, someone who is always 3 steps ahead, a true champion in both name and reputation, and so he's not taking any chances as Pikachu comes to the stage. The battle continues now with a faster pace. While Spiritomb is stealthy, Pikachu is able to dodge most of its attacks, landing critical counterattacks. It's completely overpowering the Pokemon, but in that last moment, Spiritomb is able to successfully land a Destiny Bond. Pikachu goes in for a Thunderbolt, Spiritomb is knocked out, and Pikachu soon after. Go is shocked by this, but Brock explains how Destiny Bomb will take a Pokemon down with them if the opponent's moves faints them. Cynthia knew she couldn't take down Pikachu, and so she made sure to eliminate it early on. Goh is still shocked, and Kukui says that that's just the type of battler Cynthia is. This was never going to be easy. This is bad. Ash is already down 2 Pokemon. Meanwhile, Cynthia remains composed.
I expected more from you, Ash. Don't tell me I waited all this time for nothing.
I'm not done yet. Ash sends in his Gibble while Cynthia sends out her own Lucario. It's clear that Lucario is faster and stronger. It's barely giving Gibble the edge. However, at one point Gibble bites Lucario's head, who tries to get him off, but Gibble continues its barrage of bites, nibbling away at Lucario's strength. Gibble is eventually flung off and hit with a direct close combat. It's having a hard time standing up, but in that moment, it's surrounded in a bright light, evolving into Gabite. Gabite's new power gives it the edge against the weakened Lucario, and by mustering up all its power, Gabite is able to take Lucario down. But things quickly turn in the Sinnoh champion's favor as Cynthia's famous Garchomp makes his way to the stadium. Its sheer force strikes terror into all the people witnessing its arrival. Even Leon himself is afraid of its power. The 2 dragons go head to head, but it's not even in competition. Garchomp is better in every way, and so Gabite is taken down. Ash is down half his team, but things aren't over. Before he sends out his next Mon, Cynthia returns Garchomp, looking straight into Ash's eyes.
He's strong, but it still seems like I have the edge for now. I need to completely dominate this battle. Ash has strategies, but if I can continue to read them, my victory is assured.
I've battled Cynthia before, but only for training. This time it's serious, and I'm nervous. Nervous of failing. I don't want to repeat the same mistake. Still, I need to see this through to the end. Even if I lose, I have to give it my all. Ash remembers back to his battle against Paul during the Sinnoh League. How it was a battle of philosophies, and how stressful it was. And that this battle is nothing like that. If he can handle that, he can handle this. Ash and Cynthia send out their next set of Pokemon, Staraptor and Gastrodon. The 2 Pokemon immediately enter a Boozley conflict. Gastrodon's main advantage is its ability to affect the ground with its muddy water, but Staraptor doesn't have to worry about that. Due to it being able to stay on top for most of the battle, Staraptor finishes off Gastrodon and takes it out. Cynthia's next Pokemon is Roserade, which shocks everyone due to its type disadvantage against Staraptor. Still, the flying type is severely weakened, and so loses the edge in the battle. Roserade dominates her opponent, poisoning Staraptor in the process. From there, it simply continues to dodge the bird's attacks, and the poison runs its course, as Staraptor falls to the ground and faints. Ash looks at Cynthia's callous smile, but continues to smirk himself. Ash then sends in his own Lucario, who immediately surges with Aura. The battle is super quick. Lucario is just on another level, dominating the battle with a mix of Reversal and Aura Sphere, taking Roserade out. Cynthia then sends in Togekiss. The battle is a bit more equal. Both Pokemon deliver blow after blow after blow with one another. Despite its aerial advantage, Lucario stands its ground, not letting Togekiss gain its true advantage. Cynthia pulls out her Dynamax Band, ready to end things here and now. Ash prepares, but she puts it away, deciding to save her gimmick. This in turn, however, was a mistake, as Lucario, severely weakened, lands a direct punch and final Aura Sphere, taking Togekiss out.
So, it's come to this. I knew that I was always going to face you here, Ash. Now, witness my full power!
And just like that, Garchomp comes back out to the stage, roaring with all its might, and somehow looking stronger than when it faced off against Gabite. Ash prepares his Keystone. It's time. We're not taking any chances! Lucario! Mega Evolve! Mega Lucario makes its way to the stage, immediately entering a full-on fistfight with the Dragon Pokemon. The two continue to go out until Ash gets slightly overconfident. Finish this! Lucario summons a giant Aura Sphere, launching it straight at Garchomp.
Garchomp, destroy them!
In a split-second pace, Garchomp dodges the attack and goes straight behind Lucario. Cynthia thanks Ash for allowing her to gauge Lucario's strength, but it's over. Garchomp grabs Lucario and thrusts him into the floor, barraging him with attacks. Lucario isn't even able to move. Garchomp's ferocity is just too much, and it goes down. Ash only has one Pokemon left. This battle has been a long time coming, and now it's finally time, as Ash's ace Pokemon for this battle, Infernape, comes out to face Cynthia's ace.
So, you show yourself at last. This is what I've been waiting for. Garchomp, Mega Evolve!
Mega Garchomp comes to fruition, and the Pokemon radiates a powerful aura. Luckily, Infernape has its own power-up, as it immediately activates its Blaze ability. The two Pokemon hit each other in a super fast pace. They're so fast, nobody can see it. Eventually, Garchomp launches a giant Dragon Pulse at the Pokemon, but Infernape pushes through it with Flare Blitz. The two continue their clash, as the entire stadium watches in awe.
Bring it home, Ash!
You can do it!
See things through to the end, loser.
Infernape's Blaze then becomes more powerful than ever before, surrounding the stadium in a fiery abyss. Its speed and strength become faster, and Garchomp, while keeping up, is starting to struggle, due to Lucario and Gabite's previous attacks. Finish this! The final clash occurs, Dragon Claw versus Fire Punch. Infernape tanks the attack, and in a fit of rage lands a direct Fire Punch to Garchomp's face, knocking it out. The crowd bursts into cheers. He's finally done it. He beat Cynthia. Ash starts to tear up as he hugs Infernape. And in Sinnoh, Dawn starts to dance with Piplup. Go and the others are cheering in happiness. And from the champions room, Iris looks on with a smile. Cynthia comes up to Ash, smiling.
I knew you were special. I gave this all I had. You've beat me. Fair and square.
Thanks, Cynthia. Hearing that from you is an absolute honor.
Battling you was the honor, Ash.
The two shake hands as the Masters 8 semifinals comes to an end. All that's left is the final battle of the Champions League, the battle to decide world champion, Ash versus Leon. Meanwhile, we skip to an abandoned Macrocosmos factory, as Team Rocket grunts, including Jesse, James, and Meowth, are infusing Pokemon with seemingly condensed Dynamax energy, transforming the Pokemon into a dark, aggressive version of themselves. Rose looks on in horror, Archer at his side, explaining that this idea came about from seeing Eternatus' potential during the darkest day. And with the recent Darkrai incident in Sinnoh, they had even more of a reason to believe amplification was what could truly bring out a Pokemon's full power. And so, Team Rocket will have an army of them ready for the battle to come.
No, this is the end of the world.
Quite the contrary. This is the beginning.
That is correct, Archer.
Just then, all the grunts line up and salute, as Team Rocket's boss Giovanni approaches Chairman Rose.
This is the start of the new world. My world.
We see a flashback to over 10 years ago. Leon and Sonia fight in a Pokemon battle. Rookidee versus Charmander. And in the end, Sonia comes out on top. During the battle, Leon's hands are shaking. And we then skip to modern day, where they shake just as they did back then. In the corner of the break room, Hop looks on worried, and then Mustard comes in, greeting his student.
Oh ho! Nervous, are we?
For the first time in years.
Then I guess that says something about the boy.
Yeah, Ash he's incredible. He's the one who will carry on the torch of the battling world. Miss I'm sure of. Still, he wants the crown. He'll have to go through me.
Then show him, Leon. Show him your Spock.
In the other break room, Brock, Misty, Iris, Go, and Gakui all surround the other Masters 8 finalists. Brock and Misty come up to Ash, both with proud looks on their faces.
This is it. The battle to end all battles.
We're with you, Ash. Till the end.
Thank you guys for being with me since the beginning. It means a lot. The three go in for a hug, and Ashton fist bumps both Kukui and Iris, leaving only Go left.
You better win, Ash. This is the one you can't lose. You hear me?
Will do. Ashton walks out, ready to face his toughest challenge yet, coming face to face with the world champion himself.
You know, I always knew you would be my final opponent here. There's just something about you, Ash. No one wants to see what that is.
Trust me, you'll see everything me and my Pokemon have in us today. I can feel it. This battle is the culmination of all of our adventures. Every gym battle, island challenge, Pokemon League, and Champions League match has led to this! I fulfilled our promise, Leon. I made it to the top, and now I'm bringing it home! It's here where Leon proposes Ash can use all 3 gimmicks, but Ash actually rejects this proposal, and instead says they should use no gimmicks in the battle at all, just pure skill. And so at long last, the final battle is here. Ash vs. Leon, Round 3. First up is Aegislash vs. Greninja. Ash and Greninja, while not transforming, are still a force to be reckoned with, but Aegislash is able to keep up with Greninja's insane speeds. The two are honestly at a standstill, that is until Greninja surrounds Aegislash with Double Team, releasing a triple water shuriken. However, Aegislash defends against it by switching to its defense mode, and at top speeds locates the real Greninja and releases a barrage of powerful attacks, switching to its offensive mode, and therefore one of Ash's strongest mons goes down. Leon is already showcasing his overwhelming might. Next up is Dragonite, who is actually able to gain the upper hand by going toe-to-toe with Aegislash using Dragon Claw. It becomes a clash of slashes, and in the end, due to being weakened from its fight with Greninja, Aegislash goes down at the hands of Dragonite. Leon's second Pokemon is his Rillaboom, and the rematch between the two Pokemon begins. Dragonite wants payback for last time, and so the two exchange blows even faster than their previous fight, showcasing significant improvement on both ends. The battle enters a clash between Frenzy Plant and Draco Meteor, sending the stadium into a complete smoke cloud, and when it clears, both Pokemon have gone down.
Well, Ash, things are heating up.
Yeah, let's keep up the momentum! Next up is Lucario vs. Inteleon. Lucario is having a hard time reaching the Pokemon, as whenever it tries to get close, Inteleon snipes it with Snipe Shot, reaching its weak point and allowing for the water Pokemon to sweep in. That is until the Aura State fully activates. The influx of power is unlike anything seen before. Lucario is able to seemingly dodge all the Snipe Shots, delivering powerful blows to Inteleon. From a spectator room, Mustard smirks.
Woohoo! Now this was the power I expected to see. Now let the new era of battling begin! Haha!
Lucario then unleashes a giant Aura Sphere, taking down Inteleon. Leon's not having any of it, and immediately sends in Charizard. Aura State or not, Lucario is significantly weakened from its previous battle. Charizard immediately gains the upper hand, completely overwhelming Lucario in terms of power, dissipating the Aura State in an instant. Lucario stands no chance against the might of Charizard's flames, and quickly goes down. Leon then returns Charizard, sending out Haxorus, to which Ash counters with Sceptile. The two Pokemon seem to be equally matched, but Sceptile is struggling against Haxorus' long-range attacks, even with Leaf Storm. However, Haxorus' moves are incredibly powerful, and are starting to cause the stadium to fall into rubble. Ashton commands Sceptile to use the falling rocks as platforms, which greatly increases Sceptile's speed, allowing him to release a barrage of Leaf Blades, taking down Haxorus.
Ash has got the edge. I think he's actually doing it.
I wouldn't be so sure. Ash might have the edge for now, but it's not a guarantee he'll keep it.
Well, that just means we have to believe in him.
You're right. Ash can do this.
Leon then sends out Mr. Rime, and the battle immediately takes a turn in Leon's favor. Not only does Mr. Rime have the type advantage, but it's cautious and callous, seemingly having a counter for all of Sceptile's moves, and so it doesn't take too long for the Pokemon to take Sceptile out. Ashton sends in Gengar, and things aren't much different. Despite Gengar's tricky and fast-paced battling style, Mr. Rime remains composed, taking slight damage but overall remaining on top. In a last-ditch effort, Gengar disregards its desire for defense, unleashing a full-on assault upon Mr. Rime. The Pokemon is able to dodge a lot of the attacks, but Gengar's sheer ferocity makes it impossible to dodge all of them, and so Mr. Rime takes significant damage. However, this barrage of attack has left Gengar exhausted, knocking it out, which leaves Ash with just one more Pokemon. Back against a corner, huh? No matter. Let's end things here and now, buddy! Pikachu! I choose you! At long last, Ash's partner makes its way to the stadium, and the battle is over in a flash. Using Quick Attack, Pikachu makes Mr. Rime pretty dizzy, and then immediately overpowers the Pokemon with Thunderbolt, knocking it out.
Yes! This is what I've been waiting for! Show me your true power, Ash! Pikachu! Charizard! Let's finish this!
Charizard then comes back out and roars, the two Pokemon immediately entering a Bruisley conflict. The sheer power emanating from their class causes giant waves of pressure to move across the stadium. Pikachu has the speed, but Charizard has the might, as it continues to only take slight damage, taking and countering a multitude of Pikachu's attacks. Pikachu then unleashes a barrage of Electro Webs, but Charizard instantly breaks free, flying to catch Pikachu. However, Pikachu is able to dodge slightly with a Quick Attack. However, this is the opening Leon was waiting for, as Charizard lands a direct Fire Blast on Pikachu, and although he tanks the attack, Pikachu is barely standing. Pikachu! No! Just then, time seems to stop for Ash and Pikachu as they enter a void of pure white. What is this? Pikachu! Ash runs over to Pikachu, who looks at him with a reassuring smile. Ash then kneels down to him, patting him on the shoulder. You did great, buddy. Pikachu tries to get up, but it can't muster up the courage. Just then, a bunch of silhouettes start to appear. It's Ash's Pokemon. All of them. Kanto, Shoto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, and of course the team he's gotten while he's been in Galar. A shout reaches Ash as he looks over to see all of his friends, the ones who helped him throughout his entire journey, smiling at him. Ash then turns to Pikachu. Looks like everyone's counting on us, huh? We can't disappoint them now. So show them, Pikachu. Show them your spark. Let's end this journey of ours. Together! Mustering up all his courage, Pikachu gets up and then unleashes a giant thunderbolt as we go back to reality. Pikachu stands proud, seemingly surrounded in more power than ever. That's what I'm talking about!
Still got some more fight in you, huh? In that case, bring it on!
Charizard and Pikachu continue to fight, exchanging powerful blows. It's pure fire versus electricity, as giant explosions occur across the entire stadium. Pikachu is barely holding on, but as it continues to fight, it remembers memories from his and Ash's journey. The same goes for Ash. They're putting everything into this. This is when they become the best, like no one ever was. Eventually, the two decide to end the battle between a clash between Thunderbolt and Fire Blast. Finish it! The clash creates a giant explosion, and when the smoke settles, Charizard has gone down. He's done it. He's beaten Leon and now stands as the world champion of the Champions League. In the stands, Go and Iris are having a field day, while Kukui simply smirks. Brock and Misty look at each other, tears in their eyes.
Wow, he actually did it.
How did that stupid kid who stole my bike make it all the way here?
Leon comes up to Ash and Pikachu, fist bumping his shoulder.
Well then, guess I'll leave the next generation of battling to you.
Leon, thanks for everything. Without you, I probably wouldn't be here.
That's so. Well then, guess I'm happy to know I was part of your great legacy.
The two rivals both laugh, and then we see a transition to the crowning ceremony. All the Masters 8 look on as Ash receives his trophy. Everything is great. until a Team Rocket logo appears on the screen in the stadium as a loud clap is heard, as none other than Giovanni himself arrives in the stadium.
We finally meet again, Ash Ketchum.
It's you.
I'm glad you remember me, 'cause I recall you all too well. After all, you ruined my plans back in Castelia City. But this time, Zekrom isn't here to save you.
Ash tells Giovanni that he doesn't understand, to which the boss of Team Rocket just laughs at. He makes a comment on the ignorance of children, and then explains that a new dawn is upon them. One where Team Rocket shall rule the world with an iron fist. He tells the entire stadium that Team Rocket has begun to surround the streets of Winden with Pokemon infused with compressed Dynamax energy, Shadow Pokemon. His troops are about to start mobilizing around the entire world as they speak, including Pallet Town, which makes Ash extremely stressed. The rest of the Masters 8 aren't having any of it and prepare to send out their Pokemon. That is until Giovanni sends out his new ace. It's Eternatus, but something is different. It's been affected by the Shadow Pokemon experimentation too, now donning a purple color as opposed to its usual red. The Pokemon flings the Masters 8 back, leaving just Ash standing. Giovanni tells Ash that he can resolve this here and now, and that all he wants is a battle to decide the fate of the entire world. Ash questions Gio's reasonings, but he tells Ash it's simple. He now stands as the beacon of hope, the strongest trainer. If he were to beat him, the world would lose all hope, and he could take full control of it. Leon gets up, sending Charizard out at Eternatus, who merely knocks the Pokemon back. Giovanni hops on Eternatus, telling Ash that he awaits him at Rose Tower. Ash looks back at the other Masters 8.
Get going, Ash. Like it or not, this is your fight.
But what about the city?
Have you forgotten who we are?
Iris. Just then, Brock, Misty, Go, and Kukui come down, saying they'll help out too. We then see Team Rocket in the stands, not knowing exactly what to do. They knew this operation was coming, but seeing it unfold is truly terrifying. With determination in his eyes, Ash and his allies step out into the destroyed Winden Stadium, ready to take on Team Rocket. The streets are flooding with Team Rocket grunts, all armed with Shadow Pokemon. The group splits up, with some of the champions coming face to face with Team Rocket's admins. Even Mustard and Urshifu join the fray, allowing for his students to make their way through. Lance and Kukui stand side by side, rival to rival. The Shadow Pokemon are powerful, but our heroes manage to push through. Leon then deduces that he needs to make his way to Hammerlock, as he's sure Rose was somehow involved in all of this, and he knows exactly where to find him. Leon then leaves, making the group just the original trio plus Go. They make their way to the entrance of Rose Tower, where Archer stands firm alongside his Shadow Houndoom.
Ah, the king arrives at last.
Get out of my way!
Of course, Giovanni awaits at the top, but I'm afraid all the tickets have been reserved. Your friends may not accompany you.
That's fine, because we're gonna kick your butt.
She's right. You're not getting away.
Go on, Ash. Leave this in our hands.
Right. Ash then enters Rose Tower, ready to face down the boss of Team Rocket himself, leaving Brock, Misty, and Go to face off against Team Rocket's second in command, who sends out Shadow Crobat and Toxtricity. Meanwhile, Matori and her platoon plan to begin their assault on Pallet Town. That is until a giant tidal wave hits the grunts and their Pokemon, as Gary, Delia, Tracy, and Oak approach the surprised admins.
You really thought Pallet Town was a pushover, huh? Hate to break it to you, but we bite back.
Leon makes his way to the Hammerlock Gym, where he's surrounded by a group of Team Rocket grunts. Luckily for him, they're no problem. And he makes his way to the basement, where a group of grunts have the chairman imprisoned. Leon sweeps through them all, freeing Rose. Rose breaks down, pleading for Leon to spare him, that he promises this is not what he wanted for the world. This was never what he wanted. He tells Leon that the way he went about things was wrong. He was just so angry with the world, and it drove him to drastic measures. Leon hugs him, saying that despite it all, he was never able to let Rose go, that he will always be important to him, and he now has a chance to begin again. Meanwhile, Brock, Go, and Misty continue their fight against Archer, who is utterly destroying them. The shadow experimentations truly have taken the might of Dynamax energy and made it limitless. Archer is about to land the finishing blow when Meowth and Wobbuffet attack his Pokemon as Jessie, James, and Meowth stand in his way. Archer demands they explain themselves, and they say it's simple. They realize that Team Rocket is wrong, that it's time they followed their hearts and not their obligations. Working together, all the Pokemon join forces, unleashing a powerful combo attack, knocking out all of Archer's shadow Pokemon. Meanwhile, Gary's Blastoise takes on Matori's Muck. She's completely overwhelmed by his power, and so is every other grunt in the platoon. Muck quickly goes down, and Gary smirks with confidence. But then his Rotom phone starts to act up, and it shows the top of Rose Tower, with both Giovanni and Ash standing against one another. Matori laughs, saying a new world is upon them, and everyone shall bear witness. She's right, as basically every TV in the world has been hijacked, showcasing the battle between Ash and Giovanni.
Good luck, Ashy boy.
Ash stares Giovanni down with rage, only one question on his mind. Why? Why do this?
Freedom. That is what I desire. If I take control of the world, I'll have the ability to do as I please, no longer restricted by rules and regulations. I will have the might to shape reality as I please, just the way I want it. The world will become my plaything, and I shall exploit it all for my betterment.
But why go this far? Why the selfishness?
Simple. I'm selfish by nature. Now, let us begin.
The battle is only between two Pokemon, Pikachu and Shadow Eternatus, as Giovanni believes a full 6v6 would be pointless. Only the ace matters. Pikachu tries to gain the upper hand, but it's no use. Shadow Eternatus tanks all the attacks, and to make matters worse, delivers powerful counters. Ash decides he's had enough. Realizing there's a power spot nearby, he takes advantage of his surroundings, Gigantamaxing Pikachu. The battle then essentially becomes one of the kaijus, as the two titans exchange blow after blow. However, despite the immense power Pikachu is exuding, Eternatus won't falter.
Yes! Fall by my hand. Cower before me, world champion. Ravish in your power, so that I may take it all away.
Pikachu on Gigantamaxes, as Shadow Eternatus unleashes a giant Shadow Dynamax cannon. In this moment, Pikachu is barely able to dodge it with Quick Attack, and this continues on, with Giovanni attempting to completely overpower the two. Fine. We'll fight power with power! Pikachu, let's do it! Ashton activates his Z-Ring as Pikachu is once again surrounded in Rainbow Lightning as the 10 million volt Thunderbolt appears once again. The Z-move collides with yet another Shadow Dynamax cannon, and the clash is insane as the glass all around Rose Tower almost shatters. But in the end, 10 million volts is able to get the betterment of Eternatus, landing a direct hit. Once the smoke clears, Pikachu is barely standing, but Eternatus is down. Somehow Ash and Pikachu were able to take down the Shadow Legendary. Giovanni looks on in a fit of rage.
No! No! This is not the end! I refuse to acknowledge you as the victor!
Giovanni then sends out his entire team. Ash tries to stand up, but he's physically exhausted. And so is Pikachu. It looks like things are truly over. That is until Charizard breaks through the glass of Rose Tower, delivering a powerful fiery barrage. Leon has returned. Just then, Go, Team Rocket, Misty, and Brock then arrive on the top floor. Guys.
No need to worry. Just leave the rest to us, Ash. We got this one.
Insolent worms!
Brock and Misty then send out Steelix and Gyarados.
Brock, let's go.
Yeah!
Gyarados, show them the might of the sea!
Steelix, show them the strength of the earth!
Mega Evolve!
Just then, Brock and Misty's Pokemon Mega Evolve, while Goh sends out Cinderace and teams up with Leon for a fire combination attack. Giovanni's Pokemon are strong, but their trainer's desperation for power is their weakness, his mentality faltering at every turn. At the end, all that's left is Giovanni's Rhyperior. Ash finally stands up, Pikachu right beside him. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt! The attack hits Rhyperior directly, and it goes down. Giovanni falls to his knees, utterly defeated, no longer having the mental strength to believe he could serve as a new world ruler. With their leader defeated, Team Rocket has no need to believe in themselves. Just as Ash represented the beacon of light for the world, Giovanni served as their light, and now that light has dwindled and faded. It's over. Ash and his friends, they've succeeded. Jesse, James, and Meowth quickly get out of there, not wanting to admit they worked alongside the twerp. Yet, they feel fulfilled, and feel like they can finally do what they want to do in their lives. Meanwhile, Ash and the others look up to the sky, and Ash thinks to himself, he's truly become the best, like no one ever was. Only one final chapter now remains. It's been a couple of weeks since the defeat of Team Rocket, and Ash is hanging out in the wild area with Pikachu. It's been a long journey, full of trials and tribulations. But now, he stands at the top, and wonders if he's made it. If he really is a Pokemon Master. All of a sudden, Ash runs into Leon, who was in the wild area with Charizard, totally relaxing and not because he got lost on his way to Motostoke. Regardless of Leon's circumstances, the two decide to hang out for a bit, and it's here where Leon tells Ash everything on his mind.
You know, bit of a secret. Part of me is actually glad you beat me.
Huh? But why?
Pretty weird, right? But now that I'm no longer on top, I think it's time for me to retire my Galar position as well. Let the next generation take over.
Leon reveals that being the unbeatable champion, while awesome, also came with intense anxiety. He had to always carry this illusion that he was perfect. Something Leon tells Ash is farthest from the truth. Now with Ash on top, the battling world is about to start anew. Just by being himself. No illusions, no pressure. It's a fresh start. For the battling world and him both. Leon is now free from those anxieties. And so, says thank you. Leon, I don't know where to go from here. What do I do when I've accomplished everything I've set out to do? But I'm still not satisfied.
Oh? What's that?
It's just, I thought becoming the strongest trainer would make me a Pokemon Master. But now I realize it was something completely different. This was just another stepping stone. But that made me realize that I have no clue what being a Pokemon Master is. And I'm lost.
Then it may be time to move on. Enter your next journey. A fresh start may do you some good.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Leon.
Of course. Just remember, whenever you're in Galar, I'll be itching for another rematch.
Wouldn't pass it up for the world. The two rivals shake hands, promising to battle again in the future. That night, Ash returns to the lab to find Goh staring up at the stars. Ash sits beside him, and Goh mentions they've been through a lot, but he's thinking about leaving the lab, because he feels like there's more for him to do, and so he's decided to go on a journey. Ash tells him the same thing, that he thinks it's time to say goodbye for now. They'll both go to places they've never seen before, meet even more people and Pokemon, that they'll see all the world has to offer. Let's make a promise, Goh. Right here, right now, Pallet Town, in 1 year. We'll see each other again, and see how far we've come.
It's a promise, Ash. But no offense to you in any way, and even though you're the world champion now, I fully intend to accomplish even more.
I look forward to seeing what you do, partner. Ashton gets up and starts to walk away. Goh asks where he's going, and Ash says he has no clue. But that's the best part of the journey that lies ahead. He tells Goh to give the professor his regards, because he's just itching with excitement to start his next adventure. Ashton leaves Cerise Labs, heading off on a new journey. But Goh is soon to follow. and will do all he can in the span of a single year. We are in the wild area, where 3 trainers have just joined up for a Dynamax raid. They then entered the den to find a G-Max Snorlax. The trainers send out their Pokemon, but are hopeless in putting any damage in it. That is until the Snorlax is hit with a giant Pyro Ball. All of a sudden, Go arrives, now wearing a professor's coat. The trainers recognize him as Professor Go, Sonia's co-worker and Wedgehurst. Working together in tandem, the 4 trainers are able to take down the Pokemon, allowing one of the younger trainers to gain the upper hand and catch it. The trainers thank Go for his help and they head back on their journeys. After all, the Galar League is going on, and a new champion will be crowned after the winner of this year's tournament is decided. The vacuum left by Leon is finally being filled. Go returns to Wedgehurst where he finds Sonia. She asks him how his data collection in the wild area went, and he says it went great, as he was able to get some samples of the Dynamax particles emitting from Snorlax. You see, Go has decided to spend his time researching regional gimmicks, trying to find a solution to Galar's energy crisis alongside the reformed macrocosmos led by Chairman Rose. Through extensive traveling and studying, he's determined that Dynamax power isn't the only source of pure raw energy, that Infinity Energy and Z-Power can also be potential substitutes. This has led Go to meet with and collaborate with both Professor Sycamore and Kukui, and with these samples, his research should finally be paying off. Just then, Sonia reminds Go of the speech, and Go in a frantic turns on the TV. It's the Kanto League of the Indigo Plateau, as it's about to start. Charles Goodshow has invited none other than the world champion, Ash Ketchum, to deliver a speech to kickstart the league. Trainers of all ages await as Ash arrives on stage. It's crazy to think that when I was 10, I was in the same position as you all, eager to prove myself and make my way to the top. I didn't win. In fact, I lost badly. But that only motivated me to keep going, to persevere, to reach new heights. And so I traveled the world, met so many people and Pokemon, and made it to where I am today. My advice for you guys here is to try your best. But if you fail, never give up on your dreams. You may fall, you may even stumble, but you'll always be able to pick yourselves back up and make your ambitions a reality. I know you all have it in you to be the best. The crowd erupts into cheers as the Kanto League flame is lit once again. Back in the lab, Go is getting even more excited. He tells Sonia it's finally time as he's off to Pallet Town. Go arrives in the countryside and finally arrives at Ash's place. The 2 friends reunite after 1 year, and Ash gives Go the grand tour. Go is in awe, as even though he's been to so many places, nothing truly beats the beauty of the countryside. The 2 make their way up to Oak's lab, where they find Gary. Oak actually retired pretty recently, and so Gary has finally taken over the lab. In fact, he's rounding up the starter Pokemon, as with the Indigo League over, a new batch of trainers will be awaiting their first Pokemon very soon, and Gary wants to make sure it's a super special moment. They go out into the field where Ash reunites with his Pokemon, telling them all about the adventures he's had. Ash's mom then shows up, revealing she's made everyone lunch, and so Ash gets to eat with Go, Gary, and all of his Pokemon. It's here where Gary approaches Ash.
So, Ash, you figure out your what is a Pokemaster debacle yet?
Yeah, I've been wondering that too.
Oh, well, you see... Just then, the wind picks up and a rainbow appears above Oak's lab as the Pokemon descends from the heavens. It's Ho-Oh, the same Pokemon that was here all the way back at the beginning of Ash's journey. Ho-Oh stares into Ash's eyes.
Wait a minute, hold on a second. It really is the Ho-Oh! But what is the rainbow Pokemon doing here of all places?
Do you want to battle? The Pokemon nods, getting into a battling position. Talk about a full circle moment. Pikachu, ready for one last hurrah?
Pika-Pika!
Alright, then let's do it! The 2 Pokemon stare down each other, and they charge at each other with insane speed and strength. Ho-Oh may be a legendary and extremely powerful, but Pikachu's small size and agility allows it to dodge a multitude of the legendary's attacks. Pikachu is barely holding on though, and so Ash decides to take things on the offensive, unleashing Thunderbolt after Thunderbolt to wear down Ho-Oh's wings. This seems to work, as the legendary begins to falter, allowing Pikachu to land a direct Iron Tail on its head. However, the Pokemon releases a burst of energy, pushing Pikachu back. Ho-Oh then completely turns the tide of the battle, releasing a massive assault on Pikachu. However, even after a barrage of legendary attacks, Pikachu endures. Ash smirks, turning to Gary and Go, and then back at Ho-Oh. You all want to hear my answer? Well, here it is. I'm not satisfied. Becoming world champ? Seeing the world? No. I won't be a Pokemon master until I take my last breath. It's not about being the strongest, or befriending every Pokemon. It's about the journey, the ability to look back on my life and say, yeah, I did that. I lived my life to the fullest. I will see everything this Pokemon world has to offer. Only then will I be a Pokemon master! Hearing Ash's words, Pikachu gets up with newfound motivation, releasing a giant Thunderbolt. Ho-Oh tanks the attack, leading to a massive impact, and the legendary Pokemon then stares back at Ash, flying away. Ash and Pikachu then fall to the floor, and Gary and Go come over to check on them.
Ash, you okay? You're not hurt, are you?
Man, this world is awesome! That's it. I'm going out right now. It's time for another adventure. Right, Pikachu? Go and Gary are perplexed, but then Gary starts to laugh.
Such an Ashy boy thing to do. You could never sit still, could ya?
Guess not. Sorry to do this to you, Go, but I gotta see even more!
It's fine. After all, we said to always keep pursuing our dreams.
Oh, great. And I'm left babysitting.
Excuse me?
Well then, I guess I'm off. I'll catch you later. And just like that, Ash and Pikachu head off on another adventure. What will it entail? Who knows? But what's certain is that they'll keep being together until the end, until they've both become a true Pokemon master. And thus did our journey come to an end.
Sunlight shines on a brand new day. Who knows where destiny awaits? Every day is another adventure. Don't think, just feel, let's go somewhere together. We'll spread our wings and fly. Lightning strikes. shines on a brand new day. And who knows where destiny awaits. I would follow you to the ends of the earth. 'Cause every single day I just want to say I'll go anywhere if I'm with you. Lightning strikes or any shade of blue.